हाँ तो आप ऐसा एंट्री करवा रहे हो कि ये को कैसा होता है कि को कॉल दे दिया को फूड दे दिया, उस टाइप से आप बात कर रहे हो बॉस। नहीं तो वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना कि आप जितना दे रहे हो टेट उसमें ऐसे भी होता हो रहा है, तो फिर उसमें क्या मजा है क्या? अब ऐसा तो नहीं, आप मेरा बात सुनो, आप ऐसा तो नहीं है ना बॉस कि आपने बोला और तुरंत मैंने बाई कर लिया। मैं जितने बार बाई करूँ उतने बार ये ऐसे लीड हो रहे हो।
हेलो 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 हेलो
चलो ठीक है तो अभी क्या बोलूँ यार अभी।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो
તમારી ગૂગલ મીટમાંથી સ્ક્રીન શેર કરો અને તેમાંથી પ્રેઝન્ટેશન કરાવડાવો.
हेलो 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 रुको ये तो चेक कर रहा हूँ। अच्छा वाह हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो अभी
check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello.
या फिर माउस यूज कर सकते हो।
Hello, check. Hello. हेलो हेलो हेलो
ലിങ്ക് ഉണ്ടോ? ആ ലിങ്ക് ഒന്ന് എനിക്ക് അയച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ അവിടെ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാം.
താനെ എനിക്കൊന്ന് കൈ വിടും.
हेलो 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 हेलो
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഹലോ
on behalf of Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science, it gives us immense joy to welcome you all to this two-day international conference organized under the guidance of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell.
Today marks a significant day where intellect, innovation and inspiration come together under one roof. Over the next 2 days, we will engage with distinguished academicians, scientists, entrepreneurs and students, all united by a single goal, the pursuit of learning and knowledge sharing. We begin this occasion by warmly welcome all our dignitaries, esteemed guests, respected faculty members, dear students and participants. Your gracious presence adds immense charm and weight to this gathering. We thank you wholeheartedly for being here.
Let there be light, light that dispels darkness and illuminates the mind. It is time for the traditional lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing wisdom, harmony and enlightenment. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly join in this moment of reverence.
Thank you everyone. May this flame serve as a guiding light for knowledge and success throughout this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the felicitation of the distinguished dignitaries who grace this occasion. With bouquets of flowers, let us extend our warmest respect and gratitude.
We request the conference convener and the principal of Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science, Dr. Seema Pillai, to welcome our chief patron of the conference and chairman of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan.
Next, we welcome the patron of the conference and vice chairman of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Anantraoji Nikam. Now, we welcome the patron of the conference and secretary of the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Kuldeepsinhji Mundra.
It is our honor to felicitate a senior scientist and technopreneur and the keynote speaker of the conference, all the way from USA, Dr. Rohit Kumar H. Vora, whose knowledge and vision inspire us all.
We now felicitate Shri Ajit Yadav, President of Silvassa Industrial Association, whose leadership strengthens the bond between academia and industry. We extend our warm felicitation to Dr. IQAC, Senior Scientist at the University of Goa, whose contribution to the academic excellence is highly commendable. Next, we welcome the Treasurer of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Vishweshji Dave.
Next, we extend our felicitation to the Joint Secretary of the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Jayendra Singh Ji. Our next felicitation is for another valued advisory member and the chairperson of the Board of Studies, Faculty of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Dr. Kanchan Pulmali, an academic leader with excellence.
Next, we felicitate Dr. Samrat Ganguly from the University of Mumbai, who is a scholar and is dedicated to enrich the academic community. Anupur, come back here.
And with deep respect, we felicitate a health expert and a valued member of the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Dr. Anukulji Nikamse.
Next, we felicitate Dr. Samrat Ganguly from the University of Mumbai, who is... Okay, apologies. Next, we felicitate the Principal of Lions English School, Ms. Nirali Parikh. Now we felicitate the Vice Principal of Lions English School, Ms. Parul Gupta.
In addition to those present with us in the hall, we are truly honored to be joined by distinguished academicians from across institutions and geographies who are attending this international conference in the online mode. Every great occasion must begin with words of welcome that weave together the spirit and vision of the event. May I now invite the conference convener and our principal, Dr. Seema Pillai, to deliver the welcome address and formally inaugurate today's session.
Namaskar, Jai Hind. Ano Badra, Kratvo Yantu Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from every side. Respected dignitaries, esteemed academicians, distinguished guests, colleagues, and my dear students. It is with immense joy and a profound sense of honor that I extend to you all the warmest of welcomes to Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science as we gather here for the first international conference on interdisciplinary innovations for a sustainable future, bridging science, technology, commerce, management, and library sciences. The ancient verse I began with, Ano Badraha, Kratvo Yantu Vishwataha, captures the essence of today's gathering. It reminds us to let noble thoughts, fresh perspectives, and innovative ideas flow to us from every direction. Indeed, this conference is exactly a confluence of diverse disciplines, cultures, and minds coming together for a shared purpose, being a sustainable and inclusive future. As the principal of this college, this is a moment of pride. Our college has always stood for holistic education, an education that not only imparts knowledge, but also nurtures values and inspires action. Today's event is an extension of that vision. By hosting this international conference, we are opening doors to global wisdom and giving our students and faculty a rare opportunity to engage in dialogue with scholars of great repute. As the convener of this international conference, I see this day as a milestone. Too often, we treat disciplines as separate worlds, science in its laboratories, commerce in its markets, management in its strategies, and library sciences in their collections. Yet, the challenges before us, climate change, economic disparity, digital transformation, cannot be resolved in fragments. They demand collaboration, integration, and innovation that cut across boundaries. This conference is a deliberate step towards that. Dear students, I especially want to welcome you and address you. These moments are your real classrooms. Listen intently, participate with curiosity, and absorb the wisdom that flows here. One inspiring interaction, one meaningful conversation, one new idea can change the course of your journey. Remember, conferences like these are not just academic rituals. They are opportunities to shape your outlook towards the world. I welcome the guiding forces without whom this achievement would not have been possible. Our Honorable Chairman, sir, and revered members of the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, under whose vision and leadership this institution was established in 2014. Today, as our college welcomes scholars from across nations, I humbly acknowledge the guidance of the esteemed members of the Trust, whose firm support has made this dream a reality. The Indian ethos has always spoken of sustainability as a way of life. Our chief patron of the conference, Shri MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN, has always led us by the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. It is not just a poetic thought. It is a living philosophy urging us to care for one another and for our planet. As the modern world searches for sustainable strategies and timeless teachings become our guiding light, let this conference draw both ancient wisdom and modern science, merging tradition with technology to create solutions for tomorrow. I take this opportunity to welcome Shri Ajit Yadav ji, President of Industrial Association, Shri Rohit Kumar Vora ji, the keynote speaker for the day, our resource persons, Dr. IQAC, Dr. Kanchan Phulmalim, Dr. Samrat, and Dr. Anukul Nikam sir, researchers, paper presenters, and delegates who have joined us. Your contributions will enrich this platform and leave behind seeds of collaboration that will grow long after the sessions conclude. I warmly welcome my faculty colleagues, organizing team, student volunteers who have worked tirelessly with discipline and devotion. Their silent commitment is what allows such a grand event to shine on stage. Let me conclude by once again returning to the prayer I began with. Ano Badraha Kratavo Yantu Viswataha. May noble ideas indeed flow to us from every corner of the world during these days of intellectual exchange. May this gathering inspire us to think beyond boundaries, act with responsibility, and together craft a sustainable future. With these words, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you. May this conference be remembered as a milestone in academic and social progress. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. They have indeed celebration. This gathering is honored by the presence of eminent personalities. May I now invite our special guest, Shri Ajit Yadav, President of the Silvassa Industrial Association, to address this assembly.
नमस्कार। श्रीमती देविका बहन मोहन सिंह कॉलेज के चेयरमैन श्री फतेह सिंह चौहान जी, हमारे बड़े भाई भी हैं, जो वाइस चेयरमैन सर निगम सर, सेक्रेटरी सर श्री कुलदीप जी, ट्रेजरर सर श्री दवे साहब, हमारे आज के डिस्टिंग्विश स्पीकर्स श्री वोरा सर, श्री पई सर, अदर डिस्टिंग्विश स्पीकर्स, डिस्टिंग्विश गेस्ट, respected principal ma'am, respected teachers and dear students. आज के इस इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपके बीच मुझे आने के बाद और आप सब लोगों को और यहाँ पे सब व्यवस्था देखने के बाद मैं अपने आप को बहुत ही गौरवशाली एवं धन्य महसूस कर रहा हूँ। प्रिय स्टूडेंट्स, मुझे उम्मीद भी नहीं थी कि इतने छोटे समय में देविका बहन कॉलेज का जो एक स्टूडेंट्स का एक माइंड और लेवल का जो एक कॉम्बिनेशन एकेडमिक एजुकेशन के साथ साथ जो अदर्स टॉपिक्स हैं, जो आज का एक जो टॉपिक है, जो एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप लोग यहाँ पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, ये हमारे एक छोटे से सिलवासा के लिए एक छोटी बात नहीं है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ये सब संभव हो पाया है हमारे चेयरमैन श्री फतेह सिंह चौहान जी के साथ, जिनको मैं बहुत वर्षों से जानता हूँ, और वो खुद इनोवेशन की एक बहुत बड़ी मिसाल हैं। आज से 30 साल पहले, 40 साल पहले जब सिलवासा में कुछ भी नहीं था, तब उनकी सोच एक बहुत बड़ी सोच थी, और उसका जीता हुआ उदाहरण इस लॉरेंस स्कूल में पहले, उसके बाद देविका बहन मोहन सिंह कॉलेज में प्रत्यक्ष रूप से हमको देखने को मिलता है। आप सब बहुत ही लकी हैं कि जो आपको उनकी गाइडेंस में एक शिक्षा प्राप्त करने का यहाँ पे मौका मिल रहा है। ये देख को मेरे को आज बहुत हर्ष हो रहा है। प्रिय स्टूडेंट्स, इनोवेशन का अपनी लाइफ में सिंस चाइल्डहुड बहुत महत्व है, जो पढ़ाई के अलावा हमारी एजुकेशन में, हमारी डे टू डे लाइफ में और उसके बाद हमारे कैरियर में हर स्टेज पे आपको काम आने वाला है। और उसका मूल स्तंभ है आपकी लगन, आपकी मेहनत, आपकी ईमानदारी, जिसके साथ आप उसमें लगे रहते हैं। जितनी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप अपनी हर चीज़ों को, डेली रूटीन की चीज़ों को अपने खुद लगन से और मेहनत से और करेंगे, उतना ही आप इनोवेशन के और बहुत करीब जाएंगे। जैसे कि आप सब जानते हैं कि हमारा दादरा नगर हवेली का इस पूरा एरिया एक इंडस्ट्रियल टाउन भी है, और इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए भी मैं आपको अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूँगा। इनोवेशन, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी का एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व है और आधारभूत स्तंभ भी है। विदाउट दैट टेक्नोलॉजी, साइंस और इनोवेशंस के हम ना तो उद्योग चला सकते हैं, उसमें मैनेजमेंट स्किल्स, कॉमर्स, इस सब चीज़ों को हमको डे टू डे सामना करना पड़ता है और उसमें डे टू डे हमको अपने आप को अपडेट करना पड़ता है। तो मैं सब आप लोगों से ये भी मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अभी से अपनी स्टूडेंट्स लाइफ में अपनी हर चीज़ों को, इन सब चीज़ों को अपनी लाइफ में शामिल करें। ये पढ़ाई के अलावा आपकी खुद की IQ लेवल और खुद की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की कैपेसिटी को भी इम्प्रूव करेगा और आपकी लाइफ को अदर देन प्रोफेशनल, आपकी पर्सनल लाइफ को भी ये एक बहुत कंफर्ट और आगे बढ़ने में आपको मदद देगा। तो मैं सब लोगों से ये आज रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि इन सब सब्जेक्ट्स के ऊपर पूरा बहुत ध्यान दें और जो आज हमारे की स्पीकर्स बहुत दूर से आए हैं, आप लोगों को उत्साहवर्धन के लिए, आप लोगों की नॉलेज के लिए उसको आप अच्छी तरह से ग्रहण करें और इन सब चीज़ों को अपनी लाइफ में उतारें। थैंक यू। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
We sincerely thank you, Ajit sir, for your positive words and perspectives, which will undoubtedly inspire both faculty and students here today.
Book holds power to preserve, spread, and share knowledge with generations to come. It is with great pleasure that we now move on with the unveiling of the conference proceedings and introduction to the e-book by Dr. Silvassa Singh and Ms. Manju Pillai.
Warm welcome to all. I, Ms. Manju Pillai, and
I, Dr. Silvassa Singh,
faculty members of Srimati Devkiba, MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN, College of Commerce and Science, take this privilege and honor to address this august gathering on the occasion of two-day international conference on interdisciplinary innovations for sustainable future, bridging science, technology, commerce, management, and library science. At this significant juncture, we proceed with the formal unveiling of the conference proceedings. This volume represents the collective intellectual contributions of eminent academicians, researchers, and practitioners across diverse disciplines. It embodies rigorous scholarship, innovative ideas, and interdisciplinary perspectives that aim to advance knowledge and inspire sustainable solutions. The proceedings will serve not only as a record of this conference, but also as a valuable reference for future academic and research endeavors.
In addition, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the special book publication released through the collaboration with Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science and the International Journal of Creative Research Thoughts. The International Journal of Creative Research Thought is a scholarly, open access, peer-reviewed and refereed journal with impressive impact factor of 7.97. It is multidisciplinary, published monthly and indexed in all major databases. The journal provides metadata citation and digital object identifiers, ensuring the global visibility and recognition of published research. In this regard, a memorandum of understanding has been established between our college and International Journal of Creative Research and Thoughts to facilitate the publication of selected quality research papers from this international conference. This collaboration ensures that the research work presented here today find a wider academic platform and reach the global audience through the peer-reviewed and indexed publication. In conclusion, the unveiling of conference proceedings and introduction of the special book publication mark a significant milestone in this international conference. It is testament of collaborative spirit, scholarly dedication, and commitment to the innovative unit which is present here today. On behalf of Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the contributors, participants, and collaborators, particularly the International Journal of Creative Research and Thoughts, for their invaluable support in making this academic endeavor a reality. Let us collectively continue to foster the research, encourage the interdisciplinary dialogue, and uphold the pursuit of knowledge for a sustainable and progressive future.
Now, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries and request our Honorable Chairman, Sir, Shri Fateh Singh Ji M. Chauhan, to kindly unveil the e-proceedings of our two-day international conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash and Ms. Manju. May I now invite our patron and the Vice Chairman of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Anant Raoji Nikam sir, to address this gathering.
Good morning, everybody. All have joined over here for the international conference, the first of its kind being held in our college. On this occasion, I congratulate our Honorable Chairman, Sri Fateh Singhji Chauhan, for taking initiative in arranging such an international conference within a span of 8 years. Our college is very young. 8 years, I mean, it is a toddlers. So even then, I mean, we could manage to invite all our distinguished speakers over here. Dr. Hora, who has come all the way from US, Dr. Pai from Goa University, Dr. Phulmali from University of Mumbai, Dr. Samrat Gangode from University of Mumbai. These are our keynote speakers, and they will be participating in this. Besides that, our own talent, Mr. Ajit Yadav, who spoke very briefly and very nicely about what the industries mean to Dadra and Nagar Haveli and what the role of industries have been there. My colleague, Sri Kuldeep Singh Ji Mundra, Secretary of the Trust, Vishweshbhai Dave, principals of the colleges and all these things. The subject of the conference is sustainable future. Sustainable future, bringing science, technology, commerce, management and library science. Sustainable future requires many more things. What is sustainable future? Sustainable future is this, that without compromising your own needs in this world, means of the future generations, you want to have bearing in mind for them also, and still you want to develop. So while developing, you have to see that the future generations are not affected by your development, not at the cost of future generation, and that is what is sustainable development. As far as Dadra and Nagar Haveli goes, I would say that we have an area of 491 square kilometers, very small. We were discussing about with Dr. Fai about the geographical area. But area of Pondicherry also is 489 square kilometers. So we also have 491 square kilometers, and of that 40% is forest. Now that 40% forest, when we speak, we really do not think of. I being ex-forest officer, I have to think that forest is a storehouse, the storehouse of microorganisms, organisms, beautiful birds, animals, and over and above, it takes care of your carbon fixation. Now what is the carbon fixation? It is the pollution which is caused by vehicles, air conditioner, industries and everything. I mean, whatever we do, the cars, they emit carbon. Because they consume oxygen, they emit carbon. And that carbon has to be digested by someone in a simple term, that is carbon fixation. And that is when 40% of the area is that, and therefore we are not really affected by the industrial pollution what the other cities like Thana, Belapur and other nearby area of Ankleshwar and Vapi, they are suffering. So the role of forest is that. So without speaking to anyone, it takes care of the sustainable future. So all our actions, as you all youngsters who have been who are here to attend this 2 days conference, you have to keep in mind that everything what you do should be thoughtfully done, should think of sustainable future or sustainable development goals, that is by United Nations. They fix the goals for the world. But then goals of the world, the pollution in the world, the priorities of the world are much different than what we have. The carbon production in US is several times more, or European countries is several times more than us. But then still, since we are not developed country, we are developing countries, so we don't have that kind of voice. And therefore, sustainable development goals we accept, and I am very proud that in the coming future our nation has prioritized that our sustainable development goals would be met through renewable energy, through other sources of energy, for lessening of the carbon footprint and all those things. In 2 days, we got stalwarts in all this field. I'm not a stalwart. So I can't say everything about this. All intellectuals are here, and you are going to hear them, interact with them, ask with them, because that is what the motive of the conference is. The conferences provide opportunities to interact, to exchange ideas, to learn from them. So I wish the conference a great success in 2 days period, and a bonding forever. All those people, all those stalwarts, all those intellectuals who have come over here, I hope that their bond continues with our Devkiba College of Science and Commerce forever. It's not for only 2 days. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of motivation. We now invite our patron and the Secretary of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Kuldeep Singh Mundra, sir, to address this gathering.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to address this conference. Respected dignitaries, esteemed academicians, distinguished guests, and dear participants. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I rise before you today as the patron of this international conference and as the Secretary of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust. The moment is more than an academic event. It is a gathering of visionary, a dialogue of discipline, and a shared commitment of the future. Allow me to begin with a line in Punjabi, wisdom that holds eternal relevance. Vidya bihine manukh andhe bhatke andhakar vich, means, once I repeat it, Vidya bihone manukh andhe bhatke andhakar vich, means without knowledge, a human is blind, forever wandering in the darkness. This thought reminds us that the education is not a luxury, it is the very light of life. It guides, it empowers, and it shows the way forward. And today, this conference becomes that lamp of knowledge, uniting disciplines, uniting peoples, and uniting aspirations. The chosen theme, interdisciplinary innovation for a sustainable future, is both urgent and visionary. We live in an age of extraordinary progress. Technology reshapes our lives every passing moment. Commerce interlinks nations across continents. Science continues to unveil mysteries of the universe. And management gives direction to institutions, governments, and enterprises alike. Yet, despite all this progress, we face equally extraordinary challenges, that is climate change, inequality, ethical dilemmas, and the fragile of our ecosystem. The truth is simple. No single discipline can solve these challenges alone. Science without ethics may become dangerous. Commerce without sustainability may become destructive. Technology without human values may become dehumanizing. It is only when these fields come together, when knowledge flows like rivers, meeting in a great confluence, that humanity can chart a sustainable path forward. That is the spirit of this international conference. As Secretary of the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, I take deep pride in the fact that our trust has always believed in the power of education, not only as a means of livelihood, but as a force of transformation. Our beloved institution, Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science, stands today not just as a seat of learning, but as a platform of inspiration. By hosting this conference, the college is providing once again that education must not be remained confined to classroom. It must engage with the world, respond to its challenges, and shape its destiny. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished speakers, scholars, and participants who have gathered here from across India and beyond. Your presence enriches this dialogue with diversity and both. I also offer special appreciation to the principal, vice principal, faculty, and the organizing committee. Behind this grandeur are untiring days and nights of dedication, and I salute each one of you for making this vision a reality. As we prepare to embark on this journey of dialogue and discovery, let me share another Punjabi verse that beautifully captures the essence of our mission. पढ़िए ते लिखिए करिए उजाला विद्या दी रोशनी फैलाए हर आला पढ़िए ते लिखिए करिए उजाला विद्या दी रोशनी फैलाए हर आला. It means through learning and sharing knowledge we spread light everywhere, illuminating every corner of life. This is the purpose of our conference, to spread the light of knowledge beyond these halls into policies, industries, communities, and generations. And let me also remind you of a simple English saying, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. The conference is our preparation. It is our pledge to work together across disciplines, across nations, and across boundaries for a sustainable and enlightening future. With this word, I wish this international conference resounding success and offer my blessings for fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. Now, we are deeply honored to have the esteemed presence of our Chief Patron, the Chairman of Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust, Shri Patronji M. CHAUHAN. We request him to share his thoughts with us.
माँ सरस्वती और माता देवकीबा के चरणों में वंदन करते हुए आप सभी महानुभावों को नमस्कार। जय हिंद। Respected dignitaries here, my senior colleagues in the board, all our respected professors, teachers, and my dear students. The previous speakers have said so many things, but I just discussed with my neighbor, Paisab, that I would like to throw some light on the history of this territory. And he confirmed that yes, you must, because we are not fully aware regarding the history of this territory. Actually, this territory was originally ruled by Dharampur state. In the year 1500, it was ruled by Sisodia from Dharampur. Then it was ruled by Peshwas, and in 1783, this territory known as Nagar Haveli was handed over to the Portuguese regime with 68 villages. So far as history of 68 villages and Nagar Haveli is concerned, I would like to say that originally the Sisodias of Dharampur dynasty entrusted a revenue collection rights to our family, which was known as CHAUHAN family. Our ancestors built one beautiful Haveli in village Naroli, and there is one village known as Nagar at the eastern parts of this territory. So taking this Nagar on the eastern side and Haveli on western side, a combined name was given Nagar Haveli. This is the history of Nagar Haveli. When Portuguese government took over these 68 villages in 1783, they took Dadra. Then it became Dadra and Nagar Haveli. Now we have become Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu. So both the territories are merged now. We liberated in 1954 from Portuguese regime, and this territory was a separate country between 1954 and 61. When Goa was liberated in 1961, recognition was granted by Portuguese government. As a matter of fact, during that small period of 7 years, that is from 54 to 61, on the request made by the then governor, Portuguese governor who used to sit in Daman, ex-Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru formed one local body to run the small territory known as Varishta Panchayat. All lands were vested with Varishta Panchayat during their period. I am happy to share that I am the last president of that Varishta Panchayat. After liberation of Diu, Daman and Goa, we were also merged with Union of India. On the resolution passed by Varishta Panchayat, Parliament passes the bill. There is one amendment in Constitution known as 10th Amendment of Constitution. By that amendment, we were declared as a 7th Union Territory. It is pertinent to mention here that there was one day Prime Minister in Dadra and Nagar Haveli, and one treaty was executed between Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of Dadra and Nagar Haveli. You may not be knowing. So after 61, all laws were extended, and we are fine. So far as present status of Dadra and Nagar Haveli is concerned, since our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has observed this territory very closely in previous days, he has taken a special interest to development this territory in all respect. Take it is industries, tourism, health sector, education sector, everywhere he has paid full attention, and now we can claim that it is a fully developed territory. So far as this educational institution is concerned, we form one trust known as the Lions Club of Silvassa Charitable Trust in 1983, and we started one school with a strength of 15 students. Now during the course of these 42 years, we have developed like anything, and we are now nurturing 7,000 students in this campus. So it is a matter of great pleasure for all of us. We are all united, our complete members are together, and we have a specific vision that we want to educate students of this territory. So far our students are concerned, I would only request that so far as this today's subject is concerned, जैसे हम कहते हैं कि वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, एनवायरनमेंट की बात कहिए आप, पॉल्यूशन की बात कहिए आप, और विश्व जो परिस्थिति से गुजर रहा है, we are not the only concerned country. So we are supposed to share our ideas, our opinion, so that entire world can take cognizance of this. On this special occasion, I have a long speech here, but I would not take much time because we have expert people, most respected people here. I would like to extend my thanks to them also. And now I have an honor to declare the first international conference on interdisciplinary innovation for a sustainable future open. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Chairman Sir, for taking us on a beautiful journey through the history of this wonderful territory and our institution, and for declaring this conference open. We have successfully completed the introductory part of the inaugural session, and it is now time to immerse ourselves in the technical session with the first keynote address, and it is indeed an honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Rohit Kumar H. Vora. Dr. Vora is a distinguished polymer chemist and nanomaterials scientist with a PhD from the National University of Singapore and a master's degree from New York University Tandon School of Engineering. In a career spanning the United States, Singapore, and India, Dr. Vora has made pioneering contributions to advanced polymers, specialty nanomaterials, and high-performance composites with applications in aerospace, defense, electronics, and energy. A prolific innovator, Dr. Vora has been granted 97 patents worldwide and has published widely in international journals and scientific handbooks. Dr. Vora has delivered over 60 invited lectures globally, chaired international symposiums, and continues to inspire through his knowledge-sharing mission. With his exceptional expertise and technopreneurial vision, he stands as a global leader in advanced materials research. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Rohit Kumar H. Vora.
of polyester, PET. Some of you know, some of you may not. And how do we know what it is made of? Look on the back. And look on the piece of paper I gave you, there's a triangle there. And the number given here matched with the number on the back, you know what that material is. And these numbers are selected by international scientific community for recycling of plastic. So these are the 6 plastic we can recycle and reuse again and again and again. When time comes, you cannot no longer use, then it is converted into a garbage bag, black color garbage bag, you've seen that, right? Which you put garbage and ultimately goes to dump yard, and after 2-3 years, whole thing disappears. It means it disintegrates. So no longer pollution problem. So this bottle, you should know that is a polyether terephthalate, PET, and it has some symbol. Right now, some of you use variety of other plastic at home. Do you know what it's made of? So I'm not going to talk about it because in the afternoon I'm going to talk about a lot of things about it. And I have display to show and talk to you about. Okay, let me continue. Sorry for my time, okay? I don't have much time. I'll do my fast. Okay, so now, okay, here continue. So, what is happening? Okay. So, today I'm here very happy, fortunate enough to attend this conference. I'm very fortunate enough to be invited by Madam Harekar, Principal, and Honorable Fateh Singh Chauhan. And good thing about this conference is today, because almost 10 years ago, this college was instituted by an honor and the leadership of Dr. Fateh Singh Chauhan Sahab. So we are very fortunate that 10 years we are celebrating 10th year anniversary. Okay, let me continue. This Gnana mission, I started in memory of my parents, and today is the 28th lecture I'm delivering. Okay, and I want to do many more as long as I live. And this lecture, I talk about education, importance of education, research and development. What you do in academic is far better in a way that you learn something, basic thing, fundamental thing. But that will become a tool when you go to industry and do real research, because industry don't want to make 1 or 2 gram of thing and say, okay, that's done. No, they want to make millions of pounds. Excuse me. Sorry for my, okay. So they want to make product and sell, right? So they want to do research differently than what we do here. And that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about interesting consumer polymer, that is plastic, okay? And also a little bit about advanced polymer, and also about advanced nanocomposite material for high performance application. So now, 10,000 years we are using, the men become more, what you call, brain strong, started using material available resources in Mother Nature. They started using clay, stone, wood, and everything, right? And then they come to 5th and 19th century. And we are using rubber, steel, alloy, gases, and everything. And now comes 20th century. Heavy metal, petroleum oil, everything was there, but we did not know how to get it and use it. But now we know. And okay, now in 21st century, we come to very advanced level. We are using carbon, boron nitrates, carbon nanotube, graphene, and whatnot, and many more things will happen. And these will be used for our day-to-day usage and for also specialty high-performance application for aerospace, defense, electronic, and medical field. And now let me tell you, what is polymer? Poly means many, mer means unit in Greek language. Polymer means many unit. Polymer has repeat structure, usually contain carbon-carbon chain, okay? And repeating structure results in a large chain, like a cycle chain you saw, right? Like large chain. And they also call macromolecules. And this polymer has structure which has high molar mass, And because of that, you will feel that polymer is viscous, bulky, strong, sometimes flexible, okay? And some of them are naturally occurring, and some of them are synthetic. So naturally occurring polymer, we know rubber, latex, and proteins and whatnot, okay? And synthetic one, what we make in our lab, in our factory, okay? And material commonly called plastic are all polymers, and they are after their processing, means shaped article like bottles or whatever, okay? All these things is plastics, right? It is all converted from some source of raw material, converted into polymer, and then it is processed into shape article. Okay, now there are three types of polymers. Thermoplastic, thermo means heat, plastic means flexible. So thermoplastic means you can fold it, melt it, and recycle it or reuse it. Thermoset, one time heat is given, you shape into article, you cannot bring it back into original plastic or original polymer, or you cannot reuse it again. You have to destroy it by burning it or mixing with something in a road construction. And there is elastomer, which is like a rubbery material, okay? And they are available in nature, and also we synthesize. What is synthetic polymer? They are done by chemical reaction by man, okay? And they are done by variety of polymerization reaction, but I will talk only about addition polymer, like ethylene, and I'm going to show you the picture of it. Okay, here is ethylene. When you react, it connects to each other. This carbon hydrogen connect and create a long chain. This polyethylene. Now, how do you write? You cannot write whole structure every time. So you shorten up. N is number of thousand million times. This structure repeating itself. So this structure, that's it. And then you put it N. And you write down how much based on your gel chromatography, you know how much the molecular weight. So that way you know how long the chain is. And that's where you put the number N. Number N may be 10, 100, or 1,000 or million. So the repeat units, that's what it called. Okay. High density polyethylene, composed macromolecule or linear chain, and N number, repeat 10,000 to 100,000. Okay, so that long chain it is. Okay, then there is copolymer. See, earlier polymer was repeat unit of itself. Ethylene, repeat, connect with every long chain. But now you have two different kind of material, you connect together and you create copolymer. Co means more than one type of material. So here, A, B, A1, B something, now they are connected randomly, then they are connected alternately, A, B, A, B, A, B, okay? Then they are connected block, A, block, B, 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 and like that, complete block. So block polymer. And then there is a graph polymer, where the polymer chain, this is when it goes this way, downward, not straight line, going downward or up anywhere. It's like everywhere. Okay, that's the cross everywhere. Now, commodity polymer, that's what we use. The 6 of them I mentioned in that printout you have. Okay, 85% of the polymers are commodity polymers. We use every day, knowingly, unknowingly, but we use it. Okay, and 6 of them are the major one. Okay, the polymer are very large volume, millions of pounds. In America we call pound, not kilo. Okay, for millions of pounds we make, and very low cost. 2 cents, 3 cents, maybe 20 cents per pound, compared to real high pump polymer, hundreds of dollars or 20 or 30, 50, $100 per kilogram. Compared to this, they are very cheap. This bottle, do you think they will make a polymer from 1,000 rupees a kilogram or 2 rupees a kilogram? This bottle, 2 rupees. What? Obviously, correct. आगे बढ़ो. Okay, few cents a pound, right? And they are thermoplastic because you can reuse it. These are the photograph I sent you. So read it, keep it with you. Don't throw away the garbage. Keep that in your book or textbook or your file for future learning also. So you can go back there and check it out. And now I'm not going to talk about all the process because this Silvassa is an epicenter for polymer processing into shape articles. There are so many factories here. We are converting polymer beads into a plastic shape. So they manipulate the polymer and use different processes, the injection molding, compression molding, extrusion, fiber forming, all kind of things, and they can do different kind of things. And the polymer they get from the petroleum company is a small, tiny rice like a bead, or grain like a bead, you know. And then they put it into a machine and they form a shaped article. Okay. See, injection molding, extrusion, compression, very, very different. And this afternoon I'm going to talk about it. So if you are interested, you are welcome. Now I talk about high performance. That's my forte. I have done research on it, but I'm not going to go too much detail, even though I go into some of the chemistry, but very little. Madam, mujhe time bolna. Give me at least 15 minutes advance notice, please. Because when I talk, I forget about time, and I keep talking, and right now it took about 20 minutes to set up my computer. So if you don't mind, give me extra time. So I will talk about a little bit of what is polymer, advanced polymer, and how do we do research in industry, because I come from industry. Even though I was visiting as a professor in Singapore, I taught for 4 years, three years actually, okay, undergraduate student of material science, polymers, but for me, coming from industry, I want to talk more about it. And there also I used to give lecture like this. And they all like it very good. Then I took them to industry to show them how polymers are made, how converted into shape articles. There was G plant there in Singapore. So I used to take them over there. And then designing of molecular architecture means you have monomer. We saw ethylene, right? That's standard. But now you have to create a new monomer. We call it, ethylene is a monomer, okay, or a chemical. Monomer is a word. We combine monomer, you get polymer, okay. Mono means single, poly means many, okay. So you have to create new monomer which will have better and stronger property which you need for given for medical, for aerospace, for electronic. You have a man going to space, right? You want him come back alive, not dead. So you have to have material which will withstand all kind of parameter of things happening in the space. Cold, hot, high speed, fire, you name it, and vacuum, okay? It should survive. So you have to have new material. So you have to design that material here in a lab, then make it, taste it in a special chambers. Then if you're satisfied, then you make it. See, Columbia space shuttle shut down because there was some defect. And America learned from it. After that, they never had in this. So what I'm saying, that you as a scientist, when you go to industry, it will be your responsibility to make things happen which is safer, easy to use, and also cheaper. Not cheaper means not few cents a pound, but reasonably so that company can buy it and make space shuttle or whatever, or airplane. Okay. So what is high performance, high temperature polymer? Something which can withstand at least 200 degrees centigrade for so many hours. And that kind of polymer has to be certified. Like you have ISO system here in India, ISO certification. Similarly, there is the UL, Underwriter Laboratory. When they certify, they put the label like this on the marketing. That means this has been understood, approved, and it can be stained up to 200 degrees and up constantly. I mean, not without burning, without melting or anything. So I'm going to talk about polyimide. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to bring it everything and come back and. Okay, all right. Now, polyimide is made up of dianhydride and diamine react, you create polyamide. Now, this is two polymer, polyamide 6S, and this is Upinex from Ube industry in Japan. This is my polymer from Hoxt. The word 6F, hexafluoroisopropylidine group, hexafluoroisopropylidine group. And I gave the name, trade name 6F, SIX, 6 means number 6, 6 fluorine there, right? So I call it 6F. And that is my trade name. 6F44, it means para, everything is para connection. 6F33, meta connection. The two products I created for Hoxilani, and they were the best one. See, compare the property of this. These two polymer film, different thickness, were put into an oven, constant temperature oven, 350 degree, for 300 hours. And every few hours we tasted, 25 hours, we tasted a weight loss. And you see this polymer, 14% weight loss at the end of 325 hours. While my polymer lost only 5 and 5, almost 5 and a half, 5. More stronger and better and stable. And I got patents for it. Okay. There are types of polyamide I mentioned. That's the way in polymer, thermoplastic, thermoset and elastomer, same thing here. There is a different structure, there are different monomers. So we don't identify polymer like polyethylene, polypropylene. We go by the name of the monomer used. I will show you the structure of these monomers also. Okay, and they are thermoplastic, thermoset. These polymers are once made, form into shape particle, finish. You have to destroy it after once use is done. That's why there is a big industry now developed in last 20 years about recycling, means don't use it, but they crush it and use into something else, like road pavement. So it will go for many, many years before it disintegrates. Because this polymer, it takes about 25, 30 years to disintegrate. Okay, then thermoplastic and then addition polymerization. Okay, so now let's talk about money. Okay, market. Okay. Okay, yeah. 2009-2018, the market was $2,160 million. Sell. 2018 to 2030 expected is going to rise by $3,527 million sale. Means it's increasing. Demand is increasing, but not any very high pace, just like your common polymers or plastics, you know. By the way, do you see all these things? Do you know what is it? It's called? No, madam, not you. Student only, not you. Student only. Do you know what is this? What do we call? What do we call this? Anybody? Okay, some to entice you. 50 rupees. Anybody? हाँ? No, खड़े होकर जोर से बोलो. खड़े होकर बोलो. देखो, अमेरिका में है ना, you have to stand up and say so people know who you are. Don't hide yourself. Come on, stand up. कौन बोल रहा है? Yes sir, बोलो. Well, I will tell you, okay? It's 50 मेरा है तो मुझे मिला, okay? It's called reference. आप जानो, आपको अभी दिवाली आती है, हाँ, रक्षाबंधन आती है, कुछ फंक्शन आता है, आप सबको व्हाट्सएप द्वारा ग्रीटिंग कार्ड भेजते हैं ना? वो कहाँ से आया? आपने बनाया है? नहीं, दूसरा किसी का बनाया है और आप भेज रहे, आप उसे चोरी कर रहे हैं, प्लेजराइजिंग, चोरी। आप तो इसलिए मैं नहीं करता, मैं खुद 2-4 लाइन लिखता हूँ, शुभेच्छा, ये है वो है मेरी ओर से, that's it. I never send. Why? Because it is copyrighted. Somebody else's work. It's not yours. You are not paid. हाँ, बाजार में जाके, दुकान में जाके आपने ग्रीटिंग कार्ड लिया, हाँ तो बराबर है, पैसा दिया था, आप भेजो बराबर है, मगर गूगल में लिखा नहीं लिया और डाल दिया, no. So here that's the reference. These are the reference of people who worked who's published paper. So this I'm putting there, so putting that here information. This information came from this source. That is legal. But without that, if a present, it's illegal. It's चोरी. अभी नहीं जानेगा, बाद में पता चले जब कंपनी को शू करेगा दूसरी कंपनी कि आपने हमारा बंडल चोरी किया. So don't do that. Okay, all right. So now this. So there are variety of polymers and देखो price देखो अभी. Engineering application, large volume, low margin, profit कम होता है. का भाव देखो 20 किलोग्राम to 355 किलोग्राम. मगर ये हाई परफॉर्मेंस पॉलीमर उसलिए वो तुम्हारा पॉलीथीन पॉलीप्रोपिलीन नहीं कि 2 सेंट 3 सेंट क्या 200 रुपया 40 रुपया नहीं, हाई प्राइस. और अभी एक्स्ट्रा हाई प्राइस में देखो specialty, low volume and high margin, no, high margin, low volume. यानी कि प्रॉफिट मार्जिन खूब बहुत है मगर वॉल्यूम कम है क्योंकि ज़्यादा नहीं बिकता है. यूज इन स्पेशलिटी. तो उसका प्राइस देखो 190 to 1350. Okay. And what is the president? See, I have to do some market research. That's why all this thing coming from. That's why I've given reference where it comes from. Okay. So this is 2022 में dominant था इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वाले लेते थे पॉलीमर, एरोस्पेस वाले और other application, medical, automobile, what not. And projection is going to be 7 to 9% by the year 2025. यानी अभी चालू है, देखो क्या होता है. Okay, so there are high temperature polymer, low temperature polymer में ये है, high temperature ये इसमें polyamide is what I worked on. अभी एप्लीकेशन देखो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, पे अटेंशन. इंपॉर्टेंस हाई, मीडियम, लो. यदि आपका जीवन, आपकी लाइफ खतरे में है तो आप किसको इंपॉर्टेंट देंगे? Just think, okay? I'm going to put everything here. कंज्यूमर आप है, बोलो क्या इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्या आइटम इंपॉर्टेंट है इसमें से आपके लिए? So this is environmental stability, mechanical durability और processability. आप लाइफ जैकेट लेके दरिया में गए और लाइफ जैकेट फेल हो गया तो क्या? तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. प्राइस भी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि सस्ते में होना चाहिए तो हजारों करोड़ों लोग ले सके. ओके. इलेक्ट्रिक प्रॉपर्टी ठीक है, मीडियम. ऑटोमोटिव, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक, एरोस्पेस, देखो everything is important. Price is not important because you want the one that man who went up in a space should come back alive, not dead. So everything is important. Price is को भी करोड़ों रुपया किलो क्यों बनाओ, माल बनाओ, उसको स्पेस सूट बनाओ, उसको भेजो ऊपर. अभी हमारा इंडियन स्पेस एस्ट्रोनॉट जाके आया ना, so happy. Yeah, see, so because of this technology, लाइफ स्वयं से भी. सो अभी नया पॉलीमर तो बहुत हो चुके हैं, लास्ट 50-60 और ऑलमोस्ट 70 ईयर से पॉलीमर प्लास्टिक बन रहा है. अभी नानो टेक्नोलॉजी लास्ट 20 ईयर से नानो टेक्नोलॉजी बन रहा है. उसमें नानो मीन्स क्या, छोटा साइज. वो क्या करते, वो पॉलीमर में वो नानो पार्टिकल डाल के कंपोजिट बनाते और नानो कंपोजिट बनाते और वो ये जो प्रॉपर्टी जो पॉलीमर नीट बाय इटसेल्फ देते उससे भी बढ़िया हो जाती है, इसलिए ये करते हैं. दैट व्हाट इट इज. ओके. So, efficient design and synthesis of new polymer composition and alloy mixing or polymer resin inorganic material hybrid or nanocomposite formulation are expected to deliver excellent high performance at reasonable cost. Okay, अभी ये publication हो रहा है. ये polyamide जो मेरा मेजर फील्ड है, एक जमाने में 2019 में 151 publication थी और 109 पैटर्न थी. 2020 में ये कम होती गई. अरे सॉरी, पब्लिकेशन भी कम हुआ, पैटर्न भी कम हुई क्योंकि नो पीपल आर नॉट वर्किंग ऑन अ पॉलीमर polyamide by itself, नीट पॉलीमर, बट दे आर नाउ वर्किंग ऑन हाइब्रिड एंड नानो कंपोजिट. तो देखो ये नंबर देखो, नंबर आर इंक्रीजिंग. That means people are going more to a nano composite material, not in the neat polymer. I hope don't mind, please. Timing.
15 minutes more. So please take your time.
ये लोग बोलेंगे आगे बढ़ो तो हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. आप बोलेंगे आप लोग के लिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ. ये साहब आगे बैठे ना, वो हमारे बड़े मेहमान हैं. ओके, बिजनेस अभी ठीक है. बिजनेस हमारे बड़े साहब बोले इन्वेंशन इनोवेशन, राइट. इन्वेंशन यानी कुछ शोधखोल करते वो इन्वेंट, और वो शोधखोल को यूज करके उसमें से कुछ इंप्रूवमेंट करके प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं. दैट्स कॉल्ड इनोवेशन. क्लियर. इन्वेंशन इंक्लूडिंग न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट और साइंटिफिक आइडिया विद इन द प्रॉपर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी. ओके, पोर्टफोलियो प्रैक्टिकली हैज लिटिल नो वैल्यू. हम इन्वेंशन बहुत सारे, मेरे 97 बेटर, डज मीन आई एम मिलियनर? नो, आई एम स्टिल पुअर. But some of the things which were used into making product, yes, I got money for it. So that not every pattern or invention can become a product. But you have to use your brain to and be very open-minded and very resourceful to convert your pattern or your idea into product, innovation. So knowing a value, if it is not converted into marketable, tangible product or solution, and that is only done through innovation. So what a buyer can use, end user can use. So now, how do we do research collaboration? In industry, we collaborate with our internal department. One is the marketing department, one is the analytical department, one is production pilot plant, one is production, one is scientific idea, laboratory, all kind of people, management. So we have to collaborate with everybody to come up with way to move forward, to bring idea into a product, into market. Of filing pattern and everything. So we go by it. So use understanding collaborator means जो भी है company में बोल रहे हैं हमें ये बनाना है, ठीक है? Let's start talking. So we start talking and understand, identify the basic polymer need, then we go from there, submit research project report, blah blah blah, and then we get funding. विदा पैसा बिना काम नहीं होता है ना, तो कंपनी इंटरनल भी पैसा देती है, इंटरनल कोलैबोरेशन. और यू डू रिसर्च विद कोलैबोरेशन विद यूजीसी ग्रांट एंड अदर थिंग, पीएचडी स्टूडेंट, दैट्स द सेम थिंग. Okay, then the literature and pattern search, which you have to, very important. You have to have a library, you have to have real resources, good resources to go online and find out who had done similar work in the world, whether they have done it, whether they have filed patent, they have published paper, that you cannot do, but you learn from it. If they have used A plus B equal to C, हम बोलेगा A plus D equal to F, वो हमारा हो गया. So A plus B equal to C there, but I learned something how they did. So now I'm changing some of the parts and make it my own. That's what is called way of thinking and bringing idea into discussion and into final. Understand resin chemistry, polymer synthesis, then we do synthesis in the lab. Madam, pay attention over there, not to me. Okay, surface submits first report, then feedback from everybody. Company बोलेगा हाँ ये ठीक है, अच्छा नहीं है, ठीक है, इसमें ये करेगा, यो करेगा. Ultimately we come up with some solution and we move forward. Okay, material polymer selection होता है, बाद में हम जाएंगे optimize cell scale up process, फिर हो जाएगा demonstration manufacturing process, फिर joint application product इसके internally फाइल करते हैं, चलो ये हमारा proprietary है, बाहर डिस्क्लोज नहीं करना है. Why? Okay, पब्लिकेशन जो आप करते हैं बिकम पब्लिक नॉलेज इमीडिएटली. ये जो आप प्रोसीडिंग हुआ ना, एवरीबॉडी विल नो. मगर जो आप में से जो 4-5 पेपर ऐसे भी हो गए, उसमें ऐसा आइडिया है कि किसी ने कभी नहीं किया, तो उसको पब्लिश नहीं करना है. पहले आप पैटेंट फाइल कर दो. एप्लीकेशन होने के बाद मेरी कंपनी में मुझे एक हक्स में मेरे 4 और 5 पेपर है मैक्सिमम, 97 पैटेंट हुआ है. कंपनी बोला नो रोहित, यू कैन नॉट पब्लिश एनीथिंग, दिस ऑल कंपनी प्रॉपर्टी, प्रोप्राइटरी. And that's what it is. So you should not file published paper unless it is approved by your company or by university or by professor. और अब दूसरी बात, इन्वेंशन में जो रियली काम करते हैं ना, दे आर इन्वेंटर. मेरे बॉस को पगार मिलती है, वो मेरा मैनेज करता है और रिसर्च मैं करूं, और उसका नाम क्यों पैटेंट में डालूं? नहीं होना चाहिए. पर इंडिया में होता है. हम तुम्हारे बॉस है, हमारा नाम लगा दो. अमेरिका में एक स्टोरी है, एक हमारे इंडियन आदमी नेशनल स्टार में काम करते थे और इतनी सारी पैटर्न करते थे, तो उसका एक नया बॉस आया तो बोला मेरा, उसने नाम बोला तो उसने खुद मेरा नाम डाल दिया। तो अमेरिका पैटर्न लॉ है कि यू मस्ट प्रोड्यूस प्रूफ दैट यू आर ऑल्सो कंट्रीब्यूटर एंड को पैटेंटी। तो लड़का ने क्या किया, उसने नया जॉब ढूंढ लिया दूसरी कंपनी में, फिर पैटर्न ऑफिस को कागज लिखा कि ये जो पैटर्न हुई है ना वो मैं खुद मेरी नहीं है। नाउ हिज नेम वाज फर्स्ट, बॉस नेम वाज सेकंड, उसने बोला मैं मेरी पैटर्न है नहीं। तो इमीडिएटली वहां से कागज आया कंपनी पर कि प्रूफ करो किसने ये, किसका ये रिटर्न, ये सबकी लैब नोट मंगाई। तो नया बॉस के पास कुछ नहीं था, तो पैटर्न एप्लीकेशन इनवैलिड हो गई और कंपनी ने फिर वो आदमी मैनेजर बैल उसको फायर कर दिया और इसको लड़के ऊपर रहे हो तो नहीं, ऐसी कंपनी में नहीं रहना जहाँ ऐसा काम होता है। दैट्स व्हाट इट इज। तो रिमेंबर, इन्वेंशन आप, ये आइडिया आपकी है, इसलिए आप जब भी आइडिया करते हैं एक नोटबुक बनाओ खुद की, कंपनी की लैब की नोटबुक ठीक है, आप खुद की बनाओ, तारीख लिखो और तुम्हारा कोई फ्रेंड है उसको बोलो सही करो कि ये मैंने बनाया, वो बोला वो करेगा हाँ मैंने रीड किया ये इसकी है, वो प्रूफ लैब नोटबुक। ओके, सो दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव डन। Short term, long term, yeah, I work also as a technical consultant and non-technical at Asian Paint. So that's where I did my work also on nanocomposite. Stage gate protocol, how this actually, overall how it works. So idea creation, gate number 1, this is called stage gate, step by step, okay. So stage gate number 1, idea screening, preliminary investigation, and then you go into second screening after having some sample made, and then you detail investigation, building a business case. तो कंपनी बोलेगा ओके ठीक है इसमें करोड़ रुपया मिलेगा, चलो प्रोडक्ट ट्राई करो, टेस्ट करो, बनाओ, लेट्स सी क्या कहाँ समझाते हैं, फिर डेवलप होती है। and then you go into testing, then you go into validation, means बाहर सैंपल भेजते हैं, बता कोई बोला हमने जो किया है वो बराबर है कि नहीं, वो होने के बाद you go into product development, and then you go into marketing, product launch, this. So this goes stage gate, okay. Now I will not go into detail, so give me, because okay. Okay. So now I have come into nanotechnology, RTDI, research, technology, innovation, development. Nanotechnology, also I will not go into much detail. This is what you do. I will define then how do you do research in the industry and design, and how to make polymers, and how do we test and go forward from. So what is nanotechnology? Nanotechnology is the science and technology of material at nanometer scale. What is nanometer? Here, 1/1000th of a meter, that tiny, or millionth of a millimeter. You can't see it, but that's what it is, okay? It's a very next big thing. That's what happening since last 20 years, and since the turn of 21st century. Okay? And USA is the leader. 3,500 companies started, and so many money invested in it, and also a lot of patents being filed. $5,900 US patent since 2021, starting of 21st century. Where this will be used? In microelectronics, biotechnology, energy conversion, production. ये जो अपने windmill देखते हैं ना, उसमें भी use होता है. Because windmill continuously what? It's a lot of abrasion of air. So how to protect that structure? So they use nanomaterial, nanocomposite. Petroleum, automobile car ke bumper hai na, that nanocomposite. Used to be only nylon, now it's nylon nanocomposite with the carbon fiber or other nanomaterial. Marine aerospace and defense. And okay, so what actually look like? ये ग्लूकोज है और ये हमारे के एक पैसा बोलते हैं ना इंडिया का, ऐसा अमेरिका का ये पेनी या पेन और 1 सेंट बोलते हैं. देखो साइज, ये साइज देखो, ये ग्लूकोज का साइज देखो. ग्लूकोज इज 1 नैनोमीटर और ये देखो, आई विल ब्रिंग द see, this is 1 nanometer and see, it's more than nanometer. Million times more than that. Now क्या कौन सी जात की मटेरियल है? कार्बन नानो ट्यूब. ये कार्बन की ट्यूब है, इंटरकनेक्टेड स्मॉल ट्यूब एंड दे मल्टी ट्यूब विद इन द ट्यूब, मल्टी लेवल, मल्टी वॉल. ओके, due to very large surface to diameter ratio in nanotube, the surface property contributes the bulk property of nanomaterial, make it stronger. And look at here, this is carbon nanotube mechanical property and stainless steel wire property. How strong it is. It's very strong compared to stainless steel. Okay, sorry, let me go back if I can. Okay, graphene is another one. Graphene is the very thinnest layer of graphite. ये पेंसिल वापरते हैं ना, वो आपको करते ना, तभी उसमें पाउडर बनता है. वो पाउडर में कभी-कभी एक ग्राफीन भी आ जाता है. Graphene is same thing, very thin, which you can't see, but that's why it's now used. But it's very difficult to handle because you have to make it into nanocomposite. You have to go through acid process and all kind of things. So that's why it's very expensive. It costs about $1,000 for 20-30 grams. Very expensive, but still now it's being used. Okay, clay minerals. हम bentonite clay जानते हैं या खश में आता है, बहुत सारे लोग वापरते हैं. Okay, and in oil field also they use. This is had different types of clay in there, and one of the clay is montamonite. Madam, I will finish in 5 minutes. Okay. I'll try to finish. Clay structure has platelet, multiple platelet like stack of cement. अपने ईंट लगाती है ना, ईंट के बीच में क्या होता है जो सीमेंट आती है, वैसे ईंट का स्ट्रक्चर ऐसा होता है, उसमें सोडियम आयन का स्ट्रक्चर होता है बीच में. And they are all connected by electrostatic force. Okay. Here is the clay platelet, single platelet. ये platelet just like cement अपने ये ईंट का, और इसमें ये सीमेंट जैसा सोडियम आयन है. और when you separate it out, it becomes all by clay platelet itself. All ions are gone. Okay, how it look like? This is what it look like. Okay, when you look through SEM. But when you look through further down, when you increase the what do you call, magnification, perfect, thank you. So you can see some real clay. So here we found in SEM this particular clay platelet with a hole inside. So I told that guy, now expand, and let's see what is inside. And that's what we found. That all the layers. See, you can see now. All the layers, so many layers. And that was very useful information, that this is the right clay. So, okay, so here is the sodium ions, and we do chemical reaction, and we remove this ion, and we put our chemical. And then we connect with other monomer, and we create polymer. So clay is now connected with the polymer. Okay, here. This is the surfactant, a chemical we use. Here is the clay, remember with that sodium ion, and when you remove our sodium ion, you insert our polymer, monomer inside. Okay, let me get out from here. Give me a second, I will end my show in 2 minutes. So, okay, here is the, okay, here is the clay platelet, and when we insert the polymer, what it look like? See, this how the nanocomposite looks like this. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to talk about the potential application because I'm going to talk sort of quickly. Okay. So polymer nanocomposite typically used in all kinds of things. This is a hollow fiber membrane. This fiber is very thin, just like hair. It's tube actually, and within the tube has its own thickness. Within the thickness there is a holes also. We call finger void. And that is the important for separation of gas. So we pass the gas through this kind of tubes of air. We separate carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen separate. And that is called membrane separating technology. So my friend, Professor Neil Chung and myself, we filed patent, we got patent, and we have also supported British gas company to remove carbon dioxide from the natural gas so it can be enriched with methane gas, which is important gas for industry. So then electronic, then in another application, in defense. This is the plane, radar invisible plane. Nanocomposite materials are used in such a way and have geometry in such a way, radar signal will not deflect it back to radar receiving center. So they would not know what the plane is or where it is or is anything plane or something there in the sky. And there's scramjet and all kind of things. This is a new plane coming now. There was a supersonic plane what in Britain started, it discontinued. I forgot the name of the plane. Okay, so now they are coming with this kind of plane and it's being now developed, it's being tested, and within 5 years there will be a commercial plane like this. High speed, 4 Mach, 5 Mach, 5 times the speed of sound using the nanocomposite. And this is a military plane. Okay. Conclusion, I developed so polymer blah 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 blah, excellent thermal property. Okay, I talked about a little bit. Future, what's going to happen? They will improve fluoropolymer composition, and nanocomposite foams and everything, and develop database, IPR blah blah blah. Sorry for that because I have to fast, okay, because I don't have much time. But now, final comment that everything relates to money. Companies don't exist, they are not doing charity. They want to make something, sell and make a profit and pay you salary. So you have to develop something which is comparably cheaper from other competitors and you can sell it. So some of the ideas, some of the materials where the performance will dictate the price. Means if you have a man in the space, you want to come back. So performance should there and price you pay for it. And then the other kind of thing where performance is required, but price is also appreciable, but not too much. Okay? So 21st century, the polyimide MMT clay nanocomposite technology will continue through global joint venture. One company cannot survive, one company cannot do it. They have to collaborate. Somebody has one kind of expertise, other has other kind of expertise, and they combine and come up with a technology which can be useful for further production. Okay, plastic recycling, I don't want to talk about it because all of you know. Only thing my question is, this is the Wadala, Bombay. Near Wadala station you go, you see this. And people live there. Every day I live in Wadala, right? I lived there. My child was since 62. And it burns my heart. I sometimes feel crying. Why? Why we? Why we come to this stage? Because we do not value our environment. We do not value sometimes our life of our fellow citizen. And because of poverty, we cannot find way to live, so we live wherever we are allowed to. So that has to go. That has to go through plastic recycling and cleaning the environment and cleaning the water, cleaning the land. These are plastic. I told you about how it's used. Some of the plastic are, these are symbol I gave you. These are plastic, different kind of plastic which you know now, okay? And how the plastic recycle, I mean by doing burning it or whatever. And these are the plastic after recycling, how they made different product out of it. And you recycle plastic. Would you recycle plastic? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, good. Will you tell your parents, your family, friend to recycle plastic? Yes. Good. If you recycle plastic every day, you are acting as a responsible citizen of our country, and only Earth we have. We don't live in Mars, we don't live in Jupiter, we live here. So we have to reduce the air, water, soil pollution, and doing that, we are also reducing man-made climate change. ये बारिश आ रही इतनी सारी, कभी आती कभी नहीं आती, क्या हुआ? पहला मानसून में बारिश आती थी, अच्छा था, 4 महीना आया, बंद होता था. अभी कभी भी आ जाती है, क्यों? It's all man-made because of our we are burning wood, we are burning these and garbage, everything, and that goes into air and ultimately changes the climate, and we suffer. I'm thanking you in advance for your participation in that particular cleaning of this, okay? Make India Swachh. I sincerely hope that today you have taken away with you some meaningful message to excel in your study and professional career when you join, and to be happy in a personal life for long journey moving ahead. Wishing you lots of cheer and peace. God bless you all. Thank you. Now I want to share photographs of some of the students I work with from Polytechnic Institute in Singapore. They were not from chemistry, they were not from they are from other department which had no connection. But they came to my group, I taught them how to synthesize nanocomposite and videos, and I taught them how to do analyze. And here you see the photograph, one of the photographs. Do you see that? That gentleman learned how to use thermogravity analysis, and that was also connected with the FTIR. So every gas coming out from burning of the polymer goes into FTIR, we can find out what's coming out. Now finally, funny things, okay, funny things. See this? No hair. Look here, how much hair I had. Okay? Okay, finally, I'm going to acknowledge Okay, I want to acknowledge the generous invitation, hospitality, arrangement, and support from the very beginning given to me by Madam Janvi Arekar, Professor Arekar. And I also want to thank Honorable Chairman Fateh Singh Chauhan, Madam Seema Pillai, for allowing me to come here and deliver this lecture. And I will do one more lecture in the afternoon, and maybe on Thursday somewhere else also okay. And also, I want to thank Suresh Gotekar and his staff and his colleague to support me in my preparation since last 3 hours when he came to me, and I showed him all that. He told me what to put, what not to put. Still, it was too long. Sorry for that. And I also want to thank faculty members. Most importantly, you students, you. For you I am here. For you I am talking to you. Okay? Faculty, they know a lot of things. For you, you are just beginning. So if you learn something from it, keep it with you try to dwell on it, try to use the knowledge to expand your knowledge and excel in your education and move forward. And thank you for attention. Wishing you all very high successful academic learning, laboratory research experience. Thank you. And finally, God bless you. Namaste, Jai Shri Krishna. Sorry for taking a long time, but there's no other choice because I lost in the beginning about 10-15 minutes. Anyway, thank you. Okay, please disconnect.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking keynote address and impactful presentation that has broadened our horizon and set the academic spirit alive.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you. आप लेकर सब जो निकाल लें.
Carries with it profound learning and direction. I now invite a distinguished academician, a seasoned researcher and an inspiring leader, Professor Dr. Kanchan Phulmali, Chairperson, Board of Studies, Faculty of Commerce in University of Mumbai. With over 29 years of experience in higher education and expertise across 14+ subjects, Dr. Phulmali has guided generations of learners and educators. She holds an MCOM, MPhil, PhD in IFSST with a specialization in business administration. Dr. Kanchan's research work on government and financial aid for SC/ST students stands out for its social relevance. She has authored 11 textbooks, presented over 130 research papers, and received prestigious awards both in India and abroad, including in Las Vegas and Costa Rica. With a warm round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Kanchan Phulmali to address this conference. Students, please give her a huge round of applause.
Hello. That is okay, I think. मैं थोड़ी देर के बाद में ऐसे ही जाने वाली हूँ. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes. Lot of students which I have seen here. Sir, I need a blessing today because I have, right now I am shivering. Just because I have seen lot of good things because I am not from the science background and which I have seen, oh my God, so much stalwart in front of me from the beginning only. Madam Seema, Mundra sir, Chauhan sir, even Ajit Yadav sir, Nikam sir, Pai sir and you specifically. I am really thinking that, oh my God, इतने लोगों के आगे मैं क्या बोलने वाली हूँ. Anyways, my choice is relate with the commerce, but it is not only for the commerce, but at the same time, if you have seen that whether they are from science stream, commerce stream, or maybe from the humanities, or else from any stream, because your academic integrity is very important here. Really, it has to be bothered to everyone from the bottom of heart. If you are not sincere, if you are not honest, I'm very sure the possibility is there, we cannot be a good human being, whatever the Chauhan sir just told that, how he come up here. This is just the honesty, this is the sincerity, not here the disintegrity. And that is what we required in the academics. So, while I start here, before my presentation, I have to ask one simple question. This has happened actually in the academics. We teacher give here, some assignment to the student individually. Okay, I'm saying individually. Some group of the students come to me and they ask me that, Madam, whatever the topic you have given us, it is very, for the elaboration, it is very difficult, very tough for us. Why we not come together and do some work and our own idea, whatever the sir told, own ideas. I said that, okay, that is not a problem. I think my teacher, those who are present here, do you agree with me that if I have said to the student where I have given individual work to the students, individual work, okay? But the students come to me and ask me, shall we go in the group presentation, okay? So, do you feel that you have given them permission for that group presentation or the group work, and do you feel that it is ethical one? That is my question to you, even to the children. Do you feel that if your teacher said that, okay, fine, you go ahead with the group, this is an individual work, but still she is saying that, or he is saying that, okay, you go along with the group work. Do you feel that it is a honest, sincere or ethical work? I'm asking. Is it permittable? Teacher? No. Fine. We are coming to all these things. You will get your answer meanwhile, okay, whether it is permittable or not. So, we are going for here the academic integrity, and for this purpose, I am really thankful to this institution, CHAUHAN sir, Mundra sir, Nikam sir, Vice Principal Janvi Arekar, and of course lovable, that is Seema madam. Thank you very much. Lot of big thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. While we have to go ahead, the aim for the academic integration, the main aim, do with the honesty. Come along with your better and best idea. Believe and trust me, all of you. Everyone have their own ideas. Suppose there is a pen advertisement. If I tell you, एक पेन का एडवर्टाइजमेंट करो अभी कैसे करोगे? कर सकते हो? I'm very sure, yes, everyone have that idea in their mind. एक पेन का ही एडवर्टाइजमेंट मैंने बोला है. You can tell very quickly. Right now nothing in my mind, but I can tell you here. I have gone, see, अगर मैं आपके आगे खड़ा रह के बोलूँगी, ये पेन है ना बहुत अच्छा है स्टूडेंट, आप इसे ले लो, ये बहुत है, मैंने डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर फुलमानी फ्रॉम मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी आपको रेकमेंड करती हूँ ये पेन, प्लीज आप ले लो. दिस इज वन एडवर्टाइजमेंट, दिस इज एक ब्यूटीफुल एडवर्टाइजमेंट डन बाय वन ग्रेट पर्सन, ऐसे बोलेंगे हम लोग, अच्छा लगता है खुद की पिक पैक करना. एंड अदर थिंग, देयर इज अ सिचुएशन लाइक दिस, ओके, कि क्लासरूम है, सब बच्चे बैठे हैं, एग्जाम शुरू होने वाला है. आई एम जस्ट कमिंग, ओके, मेरे दिमाग में जो आ रहा है मैं बोल रही हूँ. तो सब बच्चे बैठे हैं यहाँ पे और अपने पेपर, क्वेश्चन पेपर मिलने की राह देख रहे हैं. एंड एक बेंच खाली है एंड सुपरवाइजर इज इरिटेटिंग. अरे यार, ये आलिया है ना, हरदम लेट आती है. आलिया मीन्स आलिया भट्ट, ओके, ये हरदम लेट आती है. इतने में आलिया भट्ट दौड़ते दौड़ते, बेल हो जाता है, क्वेश्चन पेपर आपको दिए जाते हैं, उतने में आलिया भट्ट दौड़ते दौड़ते आती है और बोलती है, मैं आई कम इन सर. सब बच्चे उसको देखते हैं, आलिया भट्ट है, तो वो आके ऐसे तुरंत बैठ जाती है. वो सुपरवाइजर, हाँ बैठ जाओ, वो बैठ जाती है, क्वेश्चन पेपर देखती है, बोलती है वाह, उसको सब आ रहा है, ओके. वो अपना लिखना शुरू कर देती है और पेन अटक जाता है. पेन अभी चल ही नहीं रहा है, उतने में सब बच्चे उसको पेन देना चाहते हैं। मतलब बॉयज उसको पेन देना चाहते हैं। सब बॉयज वो बोलते हैं नाना आई डोंट वांट दिस पेन बिकॉज ये यूजलेस है, मैं तो खाली कांचन पेन ही यूज करती हूँ, कांचन पेन ही यूज करती हूँ। उतने में वो भगवान को प्रेयर करती है, भगवान प्लीज मुझे बचाइए। और फिर रणबीर कपूर एंजल बन के नीचे आता है, बोलता है बेटी ना ये पेन ले लो, तेरा इससे बहुत फ्यूचर बन जाएगा। और वो लिखना शुरू करती है, उसका पेन कहीं पे थमता नहीं। बिफोर हाफ एन आवर उसका पेपर हो जाता है। वो बोलती है सुपरवाइजर को, सर मेरा पेपर हो गया है। बाहर आके बोलती है थैंक यू कांचन पेन, थैंक यू कांचन पेन, थैंक यू कांचन पेन। दिस इज द आइडियाज, माई ओन आइडिया। I am telling you why. Because everyone has such kind of beautiful ideas in your mind. Come up with that. Don't rely on AI always. हम लोग आजकल क्या कर रहे हैं? AI ओपन करते हैं, उसमें डालते हैं और बोलते वाह मेरे पास तो काम आ गया है। Don't believe and trust on AI, I am saying. As a proper person who is guiding many PhD students here. Understand? I'm not saying don't use AI. Further you will get here. So our aim is focus. Be honest. Okay? Be ethical. That is the main aim. We are trustworthy. All of us. हम लोग जैसे बच्चों के ऊपर ट्रस्ट करते हैं. Right? This is the trust. So we are trustworthy. And sir ने जैसे बोला था, everywhere my sources are there, from where I have taken. So it is not plagiarized. Okay, go ahead with that. Come on. Okay, what is academic integrity? I don't want to tell you that. I am not putting much efforts on that. Go ahead. Okay, no issues. It will take time. Just go. You have to be honest, right? Should not be copy here any different thing. जो basically बच्चे करते हैं, okay? I'm not saying यहाँ पे बैठे बच्चे, but generally ये हम लोग देखते हैं. We are the supervisor और ऐसे होता है, लोग करते हैं. So we have to be honest, okay? Of course, while I'm telling you, I'm using here all the sources. ये सब मेरा दिमाग है, okay? That I have taken from the Shutterstock images you can use without any acknowledgement called citation. So ये अगर आपने नहीं भी लिखा तो चलता है, because Shutterstock has given that permission to us, okay? So these are the core values and the 6 pillars of the academic integrity: your honesty, your trust, your fairness, whether my work is proper or not, you know that. So that fairness has to be there. Respect yourself. I'm not saying respect to teacher, respect to, but if you respect yourself, I'm very sure you will win the world. Okay, respect yourself. If you respect yourself, automatically you respect to your teachers, you respect to your fraternity, you respect to your parents, you respect to your friends, you respect to your colleagues. It has happened. But before that, learn how to respect yourself. Because while you have to go for the copy now, you are disrespecting yourself only. You are dishonest. And that's why this thing is going on. So do not do that which is not proper one. Respect yourself. That is very important. Your courage. If you have seen that, ये बाजू वाला कॉपी कर रहा है, say, मैं तो बोलूँगी, आप बोलो, अरे वो बाजू वाला कॉपी कर रहा है, मैंने क्या किया? Are you getting here? Be honest. You have to be honest, and you need that courage. कि yes, I am good. मैंने कुछ नहीं किया. I think in Maharashtra, Lokmanya Tilak, I think you heard about the personality, the great Indian politicians and person. दिस लोकमान्य तिलक, बचपन में उन्होंने कहीं पे क्लास में किसी ने मूंगफलियाँ खाई थी, वो जो उसका ऊपर का छिलका रहता है, वो छिलका नीचे गिरा हुआ था। टीचर आ गए, उन्होंने कहा कि ये तूने गंदगी की है, तू उठा। उसने कहा मी शेंगा खाल्ल्या नाही, मी टरफलं उचलणार नाही. करेज, that courage you need. If I am good, why you have to bother me? You have to be very careful, because tomorrow you are the good citizens of this city. And आपको अगर अच्छा human being बनना है तो you need that courage. That courage is very important here. And वो आपको respect दिलाएगा. That courage only bring you honesty and trustworthy in you. That is here the courage and your responsibility. Am I responsible? Understand that. मैंने study की है और मैं यहाँ पे बैठी हूँ, मैं लिख रही हूँ, पीछे से कोई बच्चा देख के मेरा लिख रहा है. What do you think that? Do you allow? I tell you, there are the student. मतलब हम लोगों को शायद पता है. There are the student. हाँ, लिखना. Okay, लिख. What? It has happened or not? I'm asking. लिख. Regularly happen, because why? अरे तू मेरा friend है, लिख, मेरे इसमें से चलेगा, right? Not only that, you want to show I am the great than you. लिख, मेरे इसमें से लिख. Am I right? It is there. Don't do that. Your own responsibility. You are responsible for the plagiarism. You are responsible for the copying. Don't go for this. This core value always teach you how you have to go for the academic integrity. Go for this, right? Go a little fast. Why it is important? It's not come. Okay. Why it is important? Preserve the value of your degree. आपको ही आपके डिग्री का, जो डिग्री आने वाला है, यहाँ पे एमकॉम के बच्चे होंगे, यूजी की डिग्री ऑलरेडी दे गॉट, योर पीजी डिग्री दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी वैल्यूएबल. सो वैल्यू योर डिग्री ओनली. दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट हियर. वैल्यू योर डिग्री. Foster a culture of trust. If you have to go for trust, automatically it comes in you. मैं किसी का बुरा नहीं होने दूंगी, मैं खुद बुरा नहीं करूंगी, मैं बुरा नहीं सुनूंगी, मैं बुरा नहीं देखूंगी, ऐसे मैं तो बिल्कुल नहीं बोलूंगी. बहुत बार हमें सब कुछ करना पड़ता है, but it has to be in proper manner. Don't go completely untrue. Don't disrespect yourself. You have to go for that trust. Foster that culture amongst you, as well as your neighbor, as well as your co-colleagues. That is very important here. Enhance your own learning, of course. यहाँ पे है, दिमाग है. अभी मैंने बोला, मैंने वो आलिया भट्ट और रणवीर कपूर का तुरंत किया, जो भी मेरे दिमाग में आया. Okay, though I am an advertising teacher, मुझे आते रहते हैं ऐसे बहुत सारे ख्याल. Maybe, but you also have that. So your own learning. Enhance your own learning. Very important one. Don't rely on AI. Okay? Because हम लोग आजकल उसी के ऊपर rely कर रहे हैं. Prepare you for the real world. Come within the real world, you will get it that where I get cheated from the so many people. So be yourself, be respectful, be honest, be trustworthy. That is very important for you. It is not just important for this, but the further, these are the types. So I am going quickly. Plagiarism, everyone know about that. So there are the stalwart, they know that what is here the plagiarism, right? You are copying from, and there are so many different things happen. Take example of Anu Kapoor, I think you know. Anu Kapoor को पता है ना, वो who is a musician? Anu Malik, sorry. Anu Malik, not Anu Kapoor. Anu Malik. Do you know that? वो कितने सारे म्यूजिक कहाँ से लेके आता है पता है? Maybe the foreign country some music. वो मिक्स करता है या वैसे के वैसे भी लेके आता है. है ना? Or if you have to go on YouTube, you will get lot of different things about this anomaly, right? So that is a plagiarism. And in academics, it is always happening. People are just borrowed the other work, copied that, as it is. In research paper में तो हम लोग बहुत देखते हैं ऐसे कि बहुत बार as it is you have to take from the website, pasted over there, and then we find, oh my God, this is a complete plagiarism. I said, once I went in Mumbai University, and I always used here Turnitin. Turnitin is a very good software for the find out the plagiarism. So I got one of the proposal. I went through that. उसमें 80% AI था. It's catch. Turnitin catch करता है. 80% AI था and 9% plagiarism. So how much my own idea? Just the 11%. So understand that is not your work then. आपने क्या किया वहाँ पे? You know AI क्या करता है? इधर से उधर से information collect करके आपको देता है, right ना? From the different website. AI का खुद का mind कुछ नहीं है. वो collect करता है information and then put for you. So it is non-plagiarized ऐसे बोला जाता है. AI, okay, you use it. Okay, ऐसे simple way. I tell you that many times it is not proper one. उसके hypothesis proper नहीं होते हैं. Many times so many variables they are putting, है ना? बहुत सारे variables एक साथ देते हैं. And researcher ना has to focus on 3-4 variables at a time. Then your research paper come out very nicely. Otherwise you can't write here पूरा thesis का thesis within one paper. Don't do that. So it is here the plagiarism. Cheating, everyone know about that. Just now I told you that. आप किसी का पीछे से देख के लिख रहे हो, that cheating is there. Just go ahead. I will just show you here next part, that is a collision. So plagiarism, I think already I told you about here about the plagiarism. Then we are going ahead about the yes, how you have to avoid this plagiarism. That is very important here. And that is very important thing, power of citation. जिसका काम है उसे acknowledge करो कम से कम. Okay? And write their work in your own words. आपको क्या लगता है? Right? जैसे बच्चे मगअप करते हैं, है ना? जो टेक्स्ट बुक में लिखा रहता है उसे मगअप करते हैं. बट लिखते समय खुद के ही वर्ड्स लिखते हैं ना? That is not plagiarism because it comes from your mind. जो भी है, right? हाँ, सबका वैसे के वैसा ही आता है. That is a later part, but your own words are filling over there. And that particular thing, if you have to go here, the power of citation, you cannot do here any plagiarism. Acknowledge the other person work. Very important one. Okay? So academic honesty, which we have seen here. Okay. I'm doing quickly, I think so. I think 5-7 minutes remain, right? Okay. It's cheating, that is unfair advantage. Everyone know about that? Just go ahead. Okay. So if you have seen, ये classroom का हरदम का, you know, regular thing is there. How the people cheat here, right? Then we are going ahead. Okay, fine. Means I'm going fast little bit. Okay, now this is important. I ask you in the beginning first question, whether group activity is cheating or academic disintegrity or not. Yes, that is a disintegrity, but somewhat it is permittable. It is permittable because I am asking to my teacher. मैंने टीचर को पूछ के बोला है. But remember, why should not do that? Because this collusion सबको लेके डूबता है. Okay, if your work is not proper, ये सबको लेके डूबेगा. Okay, so don't go for the group activity always. Think on that and go with the individual work. that will give you more honesty, sincerity and academic integrity. So it's a peer learning advisory, so permittable is there. Okay, then go ahead. So collusion, it's called collusion, collaborative work. Somewhat it is permittable, but it is a dishonesty again. Okay. Yes, fabrication. Can you tell me what is fabrication? Anyone? Fabrication. Fabricated? किसी का वर्क लेके उसे तोड़ मरोड़ के पेश किया जाता है. चलो ये वर्ड नहीं तो हम सिनोनिमस डालते हैं. That is a fabrication. You are fabricating that work. आपके पास में उसी का ही वर्क है, बस उसे आपने फैब्रिकेट किया है. मतलब कहीं ना कहीं कुछ चेंजेस किए हैं. That the fabrication is there and that is also disintegrity in the academics. So fabrication is there. Then the very important contract cheating. You know what is contract cheating nowadays? What is contract cheating? Yes, third person, third party involved here. आप उसे पैसे देके, आजकल ये बहुत चल रहा है, all over academics में पैसे देते हैं, रिसर्च पेपर तैयार कर लेते हैं, पैसे देते हैं, पूरा थीसिस तैयार करते हैं, and at the time of vivas, they don't know what the external examiner asks. It has happened with us many times, and we come to know that अरे बाप रे, इसने बनाया हुआ थीसिस नहीं है, क्योंकि उसे कुछ आ ही नहीं रहा है उसमें से. Are you getting? So while the third party involved, this is the proper picture, right? Third party involved, बॉल तो चला गया है, but वो बॉल आपने नहीं डाला है, आपने उसे पैसे देके डालने के लिए बोला है, and that is what here the contract cheating. Okay, then I think near to wind up, that is AI. Don't go for the AI. Okay, there are many videos. I am not going for showing you all the videos. It is very important. You have to use here lot many software. आजकल ChatGPT है, Gemini तो सबके पास में है मेरे ख्याल से, and we are putting something else. Believe how you have to use AI, because AI right now the part and parcel of our life. I'm not saying that don't use, but use it cleverly. How you have to use it? खुद का कुछ डालो, your own ideas, and make it proper. Okay? आप उसे proper बनाइए. आप पूरा उसको मत बोलिए कि मुझे रिसर्च पेपर चाहिए ये वाला and finished. Don't do that. Write your all proper ideas what in your mind, and just make corrections from the AI. That much information, that much help, assistant you have to take from the AI, not more than this, right? So it is here the AI, which is a new tool, come here and telling you that go for more and more plagiarism. Okay, so avoid AI जितना हो सकता है AI को avoid कीजिए. That will be more better for your more honesty. So policies and consequences are there. It is completely depend on colleges and the institutions how you have to prepare here different policies to save from the disintegrity to your children, to your faculties. Madam. There are several different videos I have put, but I am not showing. If you are struggling, what you have to do here? Go. 2 minutes. Yes, it's finished. Case studies are there, and ghost writer is a very important part. Don't go for the ghost writer. That is a very important, because ghost writer take your mind away from you. Believe. ये ghost writer जो होता है, that is a AI. You have to keep your mind away and then you have to believe on, trust on that. अरे ये इसने अच्छा दिया है, वही बहुत अच्छा है. Don't go on that. Put your mind. That is very important for you. Just go. So in the nutshell, final thought, academic integrity about honesty, respect, responsibility. Final message, your education is an investment in your future. Upholding academic integrity, protect that investment, ensure your success is truly your own. And talking points over here, I will open the floor for any questions. To conclude, remember that academic integrity is about more than just avoiding punishment. Punishment से कुछ नहीं होता है. It is about building a foundation of ethical behavior that will serve you throughout your life. That is very important for you. So if you have any question, thank you very much. You have given me this opportunity, all of you. Thank you. I think in that time I have done the things. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? No? Let's continue. Thank you for a creative and engaging interaction, Dr. Kanchan. It has broadened our perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our advisory remarks, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Anukul Nikam, an accomplished neonatal specialist and pediatrician with over 2 decades of dedicated healthcare experience. Dr. Nikam is the founder and director of Marigold Children's Hospital and NICU Silvassa, where he has been delivering advanced pediatric and neonatal care since 2011. With an MD in pediatrics from the prestigious BJ Medical College, Pune, and international credentials from the membership of the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health from London, Dr. Nikam has contributed his expertise at leading institutions including Breach Candy Hospital's Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. Dr. Anukul Nikam is recognized nationally among the top 5 emerging pediatricians at Indian Academy of Pediatrics National Conference 2025, and he continues to make lasting contributions to academic pediatrics, child welfare, and community health outreach. Ladies and gentlemen, with deep respect, let's welcome Dr. Anukul Nikam.
Very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the generous talk. So I'm really honored to be speaking over here in front of eminent guests, Professor Vora sir, Madam from Bombay University, Pai sir from Goa University, our Honorable Chairman. For me it's more like family, so it's the first time that I'm speaking in front of him, so I seek your blessings, sir. After speaking, Dr. Kanchan Madam has spoken so much about AI. It's like Rama telling that Ravana is bad, and I'm going to tell you how Ravana is good. So my talk is on the use of AI in medicine. What are the opportunities and challenges? So 2 disclaimers here. I'm not an AI expert, but I pretty much use AI in my day-to-day practice. And secondly is that this presentation is not made by AI. So this he has already explained. So do you know who is the father of AI? It's obviously John McCarthy. And in 1956, he coined this term about making machines and engineering science so intelligent that it will try and replace human intelligence. By the way, the first computer that came into India was in 1955 at the Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta. And the second, the Indian computer, the first Indian computer, where was it made? Do you have any idea, students? It's a simple GK question. At the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. It used to be called the TIFR calculator. It was in way back in 1960. So pretty early, 1956, John McCarthy had this idea of AI, and it's come a long way. And AI, though in academics is obviously, as madam has told, is not the right way to go ahead. But in medicine, mind-boggling means it has given so much of freedom to the doctors. It's replacing our burdensome work. So the definition is machines simulating human intelligence for decision making and processes, and it includes key components like machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, large language models. And healthcare has a big role, not only in diagnosis, generating newer molecules, treatment, and patient engagement. So the generative AI in healthcare industry, mainly we are using for automating administrative tasks. So we use it routinely in our OPD setups. We use automation to streamline the OPDs. For medical imaging is used, you just put the chest X-ray into the I don't need a radiologist report. So earlier I used to send it to a radiologist. Now I just put it on the AI app. I get the diagnosis. So it's as simple as that. Drug discovery and development, COVID vaccine, how was it made so early, so fast? Without the use of AI, it would not have been possible. The disease came and you had a vaccine in a year. Personalized medications or personalized medicine is something that I'm going to focus on or talk on. Medical research and analysis, risk preparedness for pandemics, and generating synthetic medical data. So the scope of AI in healthcare, as I told you, imaging, so X-rays, MRIs, lab tests, predictive analysis, treatment planning. So precision medicine, what is precision medicine? So suppose I have got two patients of diabetes, both have a sugar of around 250, and both we are 40 years of age, newly diagnosed. Both we are starting metformin, which the drug we have, simple drug, metformin, many of people must be taking. Now it works wonderfully well in one, and doesn't work well in the other. What is the reason? So there is something known as personalized medication. So what is happening? There are certain lifestyle things, there are certain genetic causes, why the drug is resistant, not working in one person and working in the other. So AI is using your genetics. So you take your DNA, it sees, and why metformin is not working in you. And then it will give you a personalized medicine. Maybe metformin nahi chalega, but maybe a GLP-1 analog will work. So you change into it. So that is how you can make a difference into his life. Otherwise that person is going to take on a wrong path. So this is known as personalized medications. Then you have patient monitoring. Most of you must be wearing wearables, all those smart watches, and that can be integrated into your health monitoring. And identifying at-risk groups and preventive strategies. Why we need for population health is, we are a developing economy, and sir had described about the sustainable development goals, and most of them are related to your healthcare. So telemedicine is one thing wherein AI is being used in a very big way. In pediatrics, that is my specialty, we use AI for early detection of developmental delays, predicting neonatal sepsis, congenital disorders, asthma attack prevention, vaccine schedule optimization that we do routinely in our OPD, and chatbots are there for parent education. So chatbots, you know, you especially get from those finance people. You put a question and it gives you a WhatsApp message. So that is a chatbot. So you have these chatbots related to, so you have a chatbot for psychiatry, when you put, I'm feeling depressed. So it will ask you about your symptoms. So you don't need to see a doctor. You have the chatbot ready. So the opportunities are obviously for detection of faster and accurate diagnosis, pneumonias, chest X-ray, personalized medicine, so treatment tailored as per your genetics, your lifestyle and environmental factors, workload reduction, obviously we automate your admin work and reporting, because this is a major issue not only with us, but in the US. Sir is there from US. What is the average time you require for, suppose you have been advised a CT scan, so when would you get an appointment? It would be, if depending on the urgency, but not before 4 weeks. If you are going to pay, but it's if an insurance model, you have been posted for a longer period of time. Over here today, a few years ago, we heard about one of a famous choreographer, I think Remo, who had suffered a heart attack after a gym session, and his watch, which he was wearing, the Apple Watch, showed his ECG that he's having an attack, and he went to the doctor immediately. So this is the use of AI in predictive care and better patient education. So AI chatbots, as I talked to you. I'm going to give certain examples. So we have this diabetic retinopathy. So newly diagnosed diabetics, 2 to 3% of these cases are going to develop retinopathy. Retinopathy is basically a vision issue, so wherein your vision gets affected due to diabetes. And if you are diagnosed as a diabetic, 2 to 3% chance that you are going to get, and in the first decade a 25% chance that you are going to get a diabetic retinopathy. So for us to diagnose a diabetic retinopathy, you need to go to a doctor. He is going to screen your eye. Screening one eye is going to take about 30 minutes, the other eye 30 minutes. You have these apps in which you just click your picture of the eye and it screens your retina. It's known as IDX app. It's FDA approved, and it will give you whether you have early changes of diabetic retinopathy. Then you can go and see a doctor. Similarly, natural language processing, so diagnosing reports. So a lot of times what happens, the doctors or physicians, they write in their language and it's difficult for you to know. Sometimes you are advised reports, but you don't know what those blood reports mean or what to make head or tails out of it. You just put your reports in the app and it is going to tell you whether you have got anemia, you have got a cholesterol issue. So what is the issue? So you are prepared when you are going to face the doctor that, doctor, this is what I have. You know in advance. Machine learning in oncology or for cancer detection. When I was making these slides on the presentation, I came across a video from Microsoft. They are into AI, and the figures that the lady was talking of was shocking. She said 40% of the population in US sometime or the other in their life is going to suffer from cancer. Out of that, 40% is curable. Means there is a cure for that cancer, but only 5% of those 40% actually get relief. So why so? Because of genetics, lifestyle. So when you in cancer, so whenever somebody has told you that you've got cancer, obviously it's a tumor, so someplace you do a biopsy. So when you do a biopsy, you get multiple data points, basically proteins, DNA, protein analysis, and as sir was showing in the polymer, lot of so chain of polymers, CHO, that what sir was showing. So similarly, we have this ATGC and AUAC is your DNA sequence and RNA sequence. So the cancer tissue is showing you that sequence. So as per that, you know that this is the sequence which is causing the problem, and how do you modify it genetically? So you put that into this AI machine, and it tells that this is the best treatment possible, that maybe daunorubicin is going to work, doxorubicin is not going to work. So that is the use or machine learning in oncology and cancer detection. AI in patient care. So this is another FDA approved device from Cardia Mobile. In Parkinson's, people have this tremors. So this app uses a gyroscope which is found in many mobile phones, and it analyzes and quantifies the tremors. So as per that analysis, it will tell you whether your disease is worsening, whether you are improving, whether what is the progress as per the AI algorithm. it can also detect fake things, like fake falls also are detected. That algorithm is that well set. Then AI in mental health, as I told you, so you have these chatbots, so it will really tell you what to do. We use Siri nowadays and Alexa, so many a times we say, Siri, tell me a joke. Why do you say that? Because you are feeling depressed, so you are asking it to tell you a joke. So similarly, you have these AI apps or chatbots for psychology, that I'm having these symptoms, I'm feeling sleepy or I'm not getting sleep. So it will tell you or guide you how to sleep. So this is one of the use of AI in mental health. AI for patient monitoring, yes, we use it. So it's in an ICU setup, it's used nowadays, wherein there are like 20 odd patients in the ICU. There are 20 odd monitors being there. The nurse on duty may be 4 or 5. They are going to see 20 odd monitors. But if AI is integrated into that monitoring system, what it is going to tell early, before the nurse knows that this patient is suffering from a rhythm disturbance, the AI is telling the nurse that this patient is suffering from a rhythm disturbance, please go and check him. So that is how you integrate for patient monitoring. Radiology, this is where AI has got maximum use. So because it gives you early detection, improved prioritization, accuracy, even the radiological dosing and radiation exposure can be reduced. So these are few of the AI apps that are being used nowadays. So this Lunit Insight MMG, these are all FDA approved AI apps. More than 1100 AI apps have been already approved by the FDA. So Lunit Insight MMG, it detects breast cancer better than the radiologist. So you do a mammogram, you put it into this AI Lunit, and it tells you whether you have got a breast cancer or not before the doctor can tell you, because the doctor has, we have a bias. We have a bias based on our education, based on our exposure, and based on our past experiences. But AI has got algorithm. So algorithm has no bias. So वो maybe false positive दे सकता है, but वो negative नहीं देगा. Rapid AI or Avicenna AI, large vessel obstruction, stroke. So you do a CT scan and or an MRI of the brain, and it tells you whether you are going to suffer from a stroke. Rayscape for chest X-ray, which we use in our setup. Bone expert, so bone age estimation, it has got a lot of medico-legal, we don't have the legal faculty here, but medico-legal significance of bone age is very much there. So a crime is committed by somebody, the court asks for a bone age to know what is the actual age of that person, whether he is a juvenile or not, and that is decided as per the number of bones or wrist bones that the person has, so the carpal bones. So the AI app, you just do an X-ray, you put it into it, and it is FDA approved, so it is legally valid as well. It will tell you that this child's age is 14 years or 15 years. Then Red AI, streamlining radiology workflow, or another occipit. So there are multiple of these AI apps for this. Then fraud detection, another medico-legal issue, wherein you have a lot of fraudulent medical claims being put up. And as madam was talking about that app, Turnitin, right? Turnitin. So that is for your academics. So you have these apps for finding whether the entire case history which has been put up is fraud or not. So insurance companies are using it. Insurance companies nowadays are even asking for your Google location, whether you were in the hospital actually or not. Google has developed this Verily software which is adapted predicting both communicable and hereditary genetic disorders. This in another scale we use it in the newborns, known as an NBS or a newborn screening test. We just need one heliprick sample, one drop of blood of that child, and we send it, it's put under the AI machine, and there is a company in Bangalore which gives me the results. 64 diseases, including your thalassemia, sickle cell anemia, all those diseases, whether your child has it or not, thyroid disorder, just one drop of blood on a paper blot test, and you send it and you get 64 illnesses, and it costs 3,500 rupees. So that is what AI does. Then healthcare providers are looking at AI-powered solutions to support decision-making, improving patient outcomes, increased efficiency, and reduced costs. This slide is from 2023. There were 90 plus AI apps. As I told you, FDA has recently approved more than 1100 AI apps already. So there is no question of it is a wrong thing. It is the right thing or the way ahead, and more AI powered things are going to be used in the future. To summarize, notable clinical applications. So in radiology, breast cancer, higher sensitivity than radiologists. Dermatology, you have this melanoma, it's a cancer of the skin. So it just takes your mobile camera. You click the picture of that skin lesion and it tells you whether you have melanoma or not. It has a better accuracy compared to the specialists. Pediatric ED, so AI triaging. So what is triage is basically I got 3 patients who come to my OPD. To know who is serious, I need to check all 3. Whereas a monitor is going to tell me that this patient is more serious, needs to be seen earlier. So that is triage. So we do first, we look after him first. Lab medicine, yes, pathogen ID and antibiotic susceptibility testing. Genomics, I am not going to the detail. Challenges, yes, the second part of the topic is challenges. So most important is data privacy. Whose data? किसका data है वो? Patient का data है ना? But वो तो आप generally किसको सबको दे सकते हैं, without consent नहीं दे सकते. So data privacy is a big issue. Security is a big issue. Bias है. So the bias is because of non-representative data sets. यानी कि as I said कि डॉक्टर का bias है, वैसा that fairness होना चाहिए वो AI के मॉडल में. Then regulatory gaps we don't have. जैसे foreign में या US में FDA है, वहाँ regulator है. So हमारे यहाँ वो regulatory gap है to certify the AI apps. So there are no AI made in India, medical AIs. Ethical issues, ownership, whose data, consent, transparency, clinical trust, and integration into the existing system. So you have an existing system, and how do you integrate that AI into your existing system to get faster results? Pediatric specific concerns, visible tools. So in pediatrics, it's very difficult to actually know what the child is having. So to make an AI tool just by looking at a crying child, it cannot diagnose what the problem is. You need a clinician. You need your experience that yes, he may be having a tummy ache or a earache. So that is what is visible tools. Clinical challenges are there. Data and consent is an issue. So the solutions and best practices would be to have ethics committees, public data frameworks, training, that is educate clinicians, have legal frameworks, so clarify responsibilities, and interdisciplinary collaboration is required. So pros and cons of artificial intelligence, is it good or bad? Well, it depends. It's an algorithm. So what is the input, you will get the output. So who created it and it is what for it is created. So depending on that, you are going to have whether the AI is good or bad. Suppose it is just app is created to identify or find out commercial scale and use that data on a commercial scale without your consent. It is wrong. Future directions, so you need home-based AI monitoring apps. We are already using wearables, pediatric disease prediction, AI-assisted telemedicine. Telemedicine, just few months ago, the first transcontinental robotic AI-assisted surgery was done from a doctor based in Florida on a person with prostate cancer in Angola. So it's a transcontinental. You see the power of AI. You don't have a surgeon operating, but the robo is used. Robotic surgeries come up a big way even in our country. So telemedicine would help us in reaching out to the poor pockets. So I am sitting here. There is a patient in Khutli. I use telemedicine. Use AI tools. Look at his heart and lung. And I can give the medications from here. So I don't need to personally go there. That is what AI is. And National Health Database integration. That's it. So this is my hospital. Thank you for your patient listening. Yeah, I think I was concise. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul, for this informative interaction. And with this, we conclude.
Yeah, please, please.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
the
I'm open.
stage is open for questions.
I have two questions with due respect because it's really very interesting. Congratulations to you. Very nice. I have literally gone through that and I thought that yes, AI is really better. But still, I have this question in my mind right now, Comm, whether the AI is completely then in future take a place of the doctors?
Very good question, ma'am. So, you know, where in technology is used more and more, like the field of radiation or radiology, it's basically what we do. The doctor puts you into a machine, a CT scan. Why do you need the radiologist? Because the film is coming on the PC. The AI app is going to give you a report. So the field that was most sought after in medical PG was radiology. If you people know that you get these private sector medical seats. So the maximum amount is paid for by a radiologist to get the seat. He is going to slowly go away. The places where clinical knowledge is required, as I said, until I don't auscultate the chest and I don't find crepitations, I don't know it's a pneumonia, the AI cannot help. Okay, so clinical, wherever clinicians are required, a physician, so the AI is going to read your reports, but what reports to do, the doctor is going to tell you. So AI is going to help the doctors, it's not going to take away the doctors.
And the second question, do you feel that this is a perfect one?
Depending on what device you are using, ideally these devices need to be approved by the FDA or any certifying body. So brand wise, if you go for the Apple Watch, it is very accurate. Its ECG is almost having a 95% accuracy to your routine ECGs. So, and they have these data which they have done it as per this, but costings obviously are an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As long as AI does not become a, crutches, we are actually succeeding. It can be used as a tool, definitely no doubt about that. AI is the greatest tool for almost all field practices. But please keep in mind, unless you use them only as a tool, as long as you use a tool, accept. Moment it becomes crutches, अगर आप उसका पर टोटल निर्भर होते हैं, तो आपका सब आई गया, आई मतलब इंटेलिजेंस गया, इमेजिनेशन गया, all things are gone. So use it, but judicious, very important.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Anukul. And with this, we conclude our inaugural session. It has been a day full of inspiring addresses and enriching interactions. We now pause for lunch, and I request all the participants to reassemble after lunch at 2:30 p.m. for the technical and interactive session. The lunch has been arranged in the college canteen for the students.
મેમ આ ચાલુ છે? હેલો. મેમ નેહલ મેડમ ફોટોની ડ્યુટી તમારી. Of first international conference on interdisciplinary innovation for sustainable future, bridging science, technology, commerce, management and library science. Organized by Srimati Devkiba MOHANSINHJI, CHAUHAN College of Commerce and Science. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome today's resource person, Honorable Professor Dr. IQAC. He is former senior professor and head, Department of Zoology, Director, UGC, HRDC and Center Coordinator, NRC, MHRD, Marine Science, Goa University, Goa. He is PhD in Zoology with field specialization as Genetics, Sericulture, Nematology, Zooplanknology.
Sir is having vast experience of teaching and research, having 4 fellowships, 18 plus memberships, coordinator, convener, chairman, BOS, BOE in zoology. Sir has special training from various sectors like genetic, molecular biology, sericulture, etc. Holding more than 25 plus prestigious awards, fellowships, attended various workshops from national and international universities. Sir is having crucial international and national research project based on faunal diversity. Holds valuable guideship under which 10 students have completed their doctoral degree, guided 25 plus MSc dissertations. He has also authored 2 books, more than 80 plus research paper published, 140 plus paper presented, and 50 plus popular scientific articles. He is member of XX Indian Antarctic Expedition and much more on the way. I again welcome you, sir, for the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you all to give a small talk on polar regions and how they help us in saving our Mother Earth from climatic change and also global warming ka baare mein. Before I proceed ahead, let me divert slightly. Let me place on records my sincere thanks to Devkiba College for inviting me for this wonderful place. This is my first visit to Silvassa. Hope it will continue further days to come. Special thanks to our chairman, sir. Thank you. Devkiba will be very happy from the heaven to see you today, and you are doing such a wonderful thing. And she will be happy and she will be contented that she has given a birth to a Suputra who is really taking care of her name and going ahead with that. So let me talk to you, as the title says that, can I have a collar mic if you don't mind? So that I don't like to stick to a place. I am basically a zoologist. Mobility is my thing. Hi madam, ye bhi chalega. Beautiful. Okay, you can see the title here. It says that Antarctica, last sentinel of Mother Earth against climate change, ? For students particularly, sentinel means the person who is saving us, or savior is known as sentinel. I am using this word because last talk, when I gave a talk in some other place, after hearing everything, one of the students asked me, sir, can you tell me what is sentinel is? So let me make it very clear. Okay, may I have the next slide please, first slide please. I have concentrated mainly on the students for this talk, not for the senior faculty members and other things. Students, I am sure you can identify this as our solar system. When you talk about a solar system, we are having a sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter and so on. Actually, if you see their position and the temperature what they are having, it's really interesting. I don't know how many of you are aware. The planet which is nearer to Mercury, the temperature is running from, let us say, 173 degrees, minus 173 to plus 427 degrees. What I mean to say that when the Mercury is facing the sun, temperature is 472 degrees. When it rotates, like our Earth rotates, on the rear end, when it turns, the temperature becomes minus 173 degrees. That kind of differentiation is there as far as the day and night is concerned. I need not tell you, this takes hardly some 78 days to rotate, take a one circle of sun, 80 days to take one round of sun, whereas we take 365 days. Second planet, which is not the nearest one should pay attention, a very interesting one. Venus has an average temperature of 465 degrees, whether it's facing the sun or not facing the sun. Now the question comes, as I was telling to students, learn by questioning. Learn by questioning. Everyone knows that green is green, yellow is yellow, but understand why green is green, why yellow is yellow, and all sorts of. You can question anything for that matter. Again, you can see here, nearest, it is surprising as amazing why it is happening. The nearest one is not the hottest one, on the contrary, second nearest one is the hottest one. Students, can you think why it is happening so? Students particularly. Whether you know it or not, I don't know. Fact is that I am not going to waste the time on asking question and waiting for half an hour. No, I am the last person to do that. The reason is simple. This particular mercury doesn't have environment of its own. As a result, when the temperature comes from the sun, it absorbs, and when it rotates, it gives out. It will not hold the temperature. That's the reason it is happening so. On the contrary, Venus is the one which is having the environment Venus is having the environment like Earth. As a result, when it faces the sun, it absorbs the heat, but it retains the heat with this. And even if it rotates backside, rear side also, it will not give out the temperature. Similarly, like what's happening in our Mother Earth for that matter. Whereas next thing, Earth is 15 degree is the average temperature. You may ask me, sir, Silvassa में कभी भी 15 डिग्री नहीं होता है, गोवा में कभी भी 15 डिग्री नहीं होता है, but ये 15 डिग्री एवरेज कहाँ से आता है? Because we are having a place like Churu in Rajasthan having 50 degrees centigrade, whereas on the contrary, other side, if you go to other places like a high altitude, the temperature may come up to minus 50 degree, where our soldiers fought during the Kargil war time. All of you are aware of it. But if this is the Earth situation, but if you think of the whole world, as sir said that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I am not happy if my country is prosperous. I want the whole world should be prosperous. That's the reason, that's what we have been taught. Here, Earth is having the high temperature degree, as I told you. It may be deserts, it may be so many Thar desert, it may be so many deserts are there. Temperature high, but the thing is, because we are having the poles, either the North Pole or South Pole, what we call Arctic and Antarctic, the average temperature of the Earth has become 15 degrees. That's the reason why Earth is hospitable for the life to originate and sustain here. One of the reasons why we call it the only lively planet in this solar system is the Earth, because of this temperature is convenient. Again, why it is so? Again, I said question it. Question is, when you talk about the next planet nearer to the sun, nearer to Earth is the Mars. Mars का temperature कितना है भैया? Mars का temperature, average temperature is minus 143 degrees centigrade. Do you think that life can originate? Life can sustain there? इसका पहले भी नहीं हो सकता था, इसका बाद में भी नहीं हो सकता है. And I am not talking about other planets which are much further away. I am sure all of you can understand they are much colder than, I should say, Mars and other things. This is the reason why we are having one planet which is a biologically acceptable one, live planet, because life originates, life lives there. That's why we call it as planet is very important. Earth is that. Next slide. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, madam. हाँ, madam, next slide. नहीं आ रहा है, जरा धकेल दीजिए. I think it has become old like me. नहीं ले रहा है. Good. As I told you, first point why the Earth is hospitable or say livable is because of the distance from the sun. Number two, if you see the planet Earth, all of you will agree with me, around 70% of the planet Earth is covered with the water. पानी क्या करता है? You may say it's a Pacific, you may say it's Atlantic, you may say it's Indian Ocean, you may say whatever you want it. But please remember, these water bodies don't have watertight compartment that it is like that. As a result, अगर इधर गर्मी है तो पानी वो गर्माहट को खींच के it will take anywhere and everywhere, it equalizes. That is the reason why Earth is hospitable. This is the second point I am telling. That's the reason Earth is hospitable or say lively planet type. Next slide. Next slide. हमारा अर्थ कैसा हुआ था, अभी कैसा है? This is the example for that. Let us say about 200 million years ago, say around 20 crore years ago, it was a land mass which is known as Pangea. Pangea matlab early Earth, where all the continents were together. And you will agree with me, when the Earth is spinning, all of you agree with me that Earth is spinning at the speed of about 1000 miles per hour spin ho raha hai. When the Earth is spinning at such a speed, because of the centrifugal forces, I think physics fellows can understand, because of the centrifugal forces, this landmass starts moving toward the end ka side mein jata hai. That's the reason, slowly but steadily, please remember, Earth is not as small like what we churning करके दही निकालता है, ऐसा नहीं है, इतना छोटा नहीं है. But fact is that it is spinning for the last thousands of years. Because of the centrifugal forces, the slowly but steadily it started separating out, and today the situation is like this. Please remember, this is not the end of the story. Planet is going to split out further, and they are going to the extreme side rather than center में mass रहने के बदले में वो सब जगह ऐसा रोटेट होने के टाइम में सेंट्रीफ्यूगल फोर्स से एंड पॉइंट को जाएगा. दिस इज एक्चुअली हैपनिंग एज अ रिजल्ट. At one time, even Antarctica was in a tropical region. As a result, उधर जैसा tropical region में जो plants था, जैसा animal था, ऐसा ही था. But आज, because of splitting, उसको अभी दूर भगा दिया है. Because of splitting, today you don't get anything like our tropical area का animals or plants. You don't get them. Again, question is, पैसर को कैसा पता लगा? Question is, पै को कैसा पता लगा? Because there is scientific evidence that when people started digging up this area and they got the roots, they got the other things, plants and other things, the fossils उनको मिला. As a result, based on that fossil, they realized that Antarctica at one time, it was a tropical country like ours, hot, humid and था, animal था, plant था, सब कुछ था. That's why things happen. Next slide. If you open up the world, it's very easy for me to open up like this, but generally, physically it is not possible to open up like this. It's only for our convenience के लिए मैं बोलता हूँ. Particularly when you talk about the top area, what we call Arctic. Again, question comes, why we call Arctic as Arctic? Simple thing. A arch-like structure is there on the top. That's why you call an arch-like structure. We call it Arctic. Any land which is in the Arctic area, arch-like structure है, उसको हम Arctic बोलते हैं. So what happens? Opposite to that arc, anti-Arctic, it is Antarctic. That's why anything here, this area, we call it as Arctic. On the lower side, we call it anti-Arctic. That's why we call it as Antarctic. Hope the etymology is cleared now. Why we call Antarctica as Antarctic and all sorts of things are there. Next slide. And if you think of our Earth के बारे में, let us see, we say that oxygen is required, we say oxygen is required and things are there. But actually, how much oxygen we are having? If you think of the Earth, we are having more than 78% we are having nitrogen. Oxygen is not the important gas on the Earth में नहीं है. Hardly 20% oxygen is there. बाकी सब minor things are there, all things are. But when you talk about the carbon dioxide and water vapor, they are very important as far as the rising the Earth का temperature rise करने में इनका हाथ बहुत चाहिए. So, if you think of how we utilize the word, हम आजकल हमारा world कैसा utilize कर रहे हैं. And please remember, this is not limited to only India, it is for entire world, I should say. We say about 50.53 million kilometers of Earth is forest and woodland. Please remember, every moment, thousands of square meters have been deforestation हो रहा है. But this is the thing, 67.688 million kilometer grassland and pasture, and हमारा पापी पेट के लिए, we are having agriculture land is only 15.10 million kilometer cultivated land we are having. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ओशन का बारे में क्या है? ओशन के बारे में आई टोल्ड यू इट कवर्स अराउंड 70% ऑफ द अर्थ सरफेस। दैट इज द रीजन व्हाई आवर अर्थ इज कूल। अगर उल्टा होता था तो probably life would not have survived or say sustained on the mother earth. That's the reason nature का बारे में पढ़ के हम सीखना पड़ेगा. Lot of things are there. And when you talk about the mass of ocean, पानी कितना है? We say बहुत है. Not that is not the science. Science वाला को वो बहुत है, बहुत कम है. No. Simple logic है. तुम दिखाओ नहीं तो बोल जाओ. So when you talk about the mass of the ocean is about 1.35 10 to the power 18 metric ton. That is the weight of पानी का वजन कितना है? हमारा सब 7 ocean मिल के total weight कितना होगा? It's about 1.35 10 to the power 18 मतलब 18 0 डालो इतना metric ton weight है पानी का. Is it a big amount? Answer is no. Because दरिया का नीचे क्या है? When you go down of an ocean, what you are having? It's land you are having. Ultimately you are having land. Even if it is a Mariana Trench, which says that about 12 किलोमीटर नीचे जाने का बाद में आपको Mariana Trench मिलता है, वहाँ क्या है? अर्थ है. So अर्थ का टेम्परेचर, अर्थ का साइज को कंपेयर करने से 1/44,400 of size अर्थ mass, that is the water content we are having. It's very interesting to see that data is like that. And ocean covers about 361 million kilometers with a mean depth of 3682 meters, about 12,080 feet, resulting in an estimated volume कितना है? Volume of पानी is about 1.332 billion square kilometer. Please keep in mind, total area of the earth is not 1.33 billion kilometer नहीं है. तो you may ask me ये कैसा बोलेगा? Answer is simple. In water, there is a 3-dimensional picture is there, horizontal, vertical and depth is there, which is not there on the terrestrial condition में वो नहीं रहता है. Terrestrial condition में सिर्फ horizontal रहता है, नहीं तो vertical और horizontal रहता है, तीसरा dimension नहीं है. That's the reason when I say that earth is, water is about 1.322 billion square kilometer area है, that is the wealth what we are having. But despite of this much रहने का बावजूद, why we face water shortage? Most of the places we don't have water. अगर summer में नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है, all kinds of things are there. Reason is all this water. Let me put it in simple one word. 1.332 billion kilometer square kilometer पानी is a खारा पानी which you cannot use it for agriculture, nor for drinking, nor for any purpose. As they say in English, there is saying in that water everywhere, not a drop to drink. This is but the thing is, वो drop पीने वाला drop हमें कहाँ मिलता है? Next slide. Actually, why we are facing the problem, whatever we are talking about the climate change का बारे में और your global temperature का बारे में, why we say reason? First let us see the reason, then we will try the impact, then we will talk about the mitigation. कैसा खत्म कर सकते हैं उसको, कैसा कम कर सकते हैं. For example, today we are 7.7 billion population. अभी 8 बिलियन क्रॉस किया है. एंड प्लीज कीप इन माइंड दिस 7.7 बिलियन पीपल आर रेस्पायरिंग और नॉट. आर दे रेस्पायरिंग? आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द लिविंग पर्सन. इतना लोग जिंदा है. यू होल्ड योर हैंड नियर योर नोज. व्हेन यू इनहेल यू डोंट गेट एनी हीट, व्हेन यू एक्सहेल यू गेट हीट. यस नो? स्टूडेंट्स, जस्ट इमेजिन व्हेन 7.7 बिलियन पीपल आर रेस्पायरिंग, कितना टेम्परेचर एटमॉस्फेयर को जाता है. That's the first point one should remember. And this process is 365 days, 24 hours, 7 days a week चलते रहता है. Nobody can stop respiration. So you know how much quantity of heat is liberated to the environment by this 7.7 billion. Next point, we are having about 1.2 billion घर है. And every घर, we are cooking, we are doing lot of things, heat is generated there, lot of things are happening. And what happens, where this heat will go, it will go to the nature or say environment के लिए. Any doubt? Any doubt? Number 3, we are having about 1.3 billion vehicles. Every vehicle is pushing the heat into the environment. You call it a vehicle, petrol vehicle, diesel vehicle, कुछ भी बोलो, इसमें temperature तो it will liberate the heat, and this heat will get into the environment. It goes on adding up. मतलब 1 plus, we are consuming about 99,558,000 barrels of oil per day. Per day, the world is using about 999 million barrels. मतलब 10 crore barrels of oil we are using every day. And when this oil is being consumed in the form of vehicles or whatever it may be, you may use it for industry. You may say, no, I am not using for vehicle, I am using for industry. कहीं भी use करो, कैसे भी use करो. All these 99 or say, let us say 10 crore barrels of oil, that heat will, where it will go? It will go to environment only. It will go to the nature only. Added to that, and actually primary energy supply to be about 1.57 into 500 terawatt per hour. This is when you talk about the joules ka baare mein. Energy kitna we are guzzling. World is guzzling about 1,57,500 terawatt. Remember, watt, megawatt, then you get a gigawatt, then you get the terawatt. This is the level of things are there. This is, all these things will add up to the rise in the temperature of the environment. Next slide. From where we get the energy for our, इसके लिए कहाँ से energy मिलता है? For example, coal is about 30%. We may say that we have said goodbye, railway में भी coal इस्तेमाल नहीं करते. You may not do in India, but all over the world, around 30% of the coal, energy source comes from the coal. Natural gas, nowadays it's about, we are having CNG. CNG is nothing but a natural gas we are having. Compressed natural gas is CNG. About 24%. Hydroelectricity is drastically reducing. The reason is simple. No government would like to venture into hydroelectricity because every government wants to say that मेरा 5 साल खत्म होने का पहले उसका product आना चाहिए. But if at all you want to have any hydroelectricity project, it takes 10 to 15 years. So क्या होता है, जब मेरा government शुरू करता है project, probably उसका फल मिलता है दूसरा government को, वो नहीं देना चाहते हैं, इसीलिए they don't go for hydroelectricity, and it is reduced like that. Nuclear power is 4%. It is rising significantly in the recent past. Oil, very important for us. 33% oil is there. Other, matlab wind or say, wave and all these things are used by about 2% things are there. And as I told you, world consumes about 1.57 into 10 to the power. This is the, as I told you, terawatt. They are using it for the energy. All these energy sources. Of course, they give the power for our काम के लिए, but at the same time, they release heat into the environment. That's a very thing, one should be concerned about that. Next slide. According to IEA, you estimate the world uses about 5.67 into 10 to the power 20 joules for energy in 2013. कितना होता है equivalent? It's about 1.1, as I told you, 157,700 terawatt per hour. This is the energy the world is consuming. And if you go by economic standard का बारे में, one of the parameter to say whether a country is rich or poor depends on how much energy the country is consuming. For example, if I'm not wrong, America is consuming about 11,000 kilowatt energy per person, whereas हमारा is hardly 110 watt हम energy इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. So this speaks we are not as rich as them. Forget about all other things. One of the reasons they say 1 terawatt matlab it is equivalent to using 5 billion barrels of oil or 1 billion tons of coal per year, which are the globes. And in 1890, the total world's energy consumption was 1 billion. Today we are using it oil per every year. We are using this for this. The question is, are we progressing? Are we progressing? If yes, how? If not, why not? Next program, next slide. So hydroelectricity accounting, as I told you, 6.8 using only 919 million tons of oil, equivalent to that. Hydroelectricity अगर बंद करने से हम हिंदुस्तान में और से entire world का hydroelectricity हमने बंद करने से, we have to add 919 million tons of oil additional. अब सोचो, hydroelectricity से आपको temperature rise नहीं होता है, whereas if you use this kind of energy use करने से, coal energy use करने से, the energy and heat will come to the environment. That's the problem what we are having. And similarly, if you think of the wind and solar energy accounting for 2.6 equivalent about this comes to 354 million tons of oil के बदले में we are using wind and solar electricity things are there. Please keep in mind this wind energy and solar energy are also known as a green energy. Again question is why we say it is a green energy. हमें एक psychologically बचपन से डाला है मतलब danger मतलब खतरा which is red. I don't know, even today I don't know why we consider red as a danger खतरा बोल के, because हम बचपन से बोला कि red मतलब खतरा, वो green मतलब safe है. We are psychologically prone like that, we are tuned like that. I don't know, even today I don't know the reason why red is a danger. Red is also one of the primary color, whereas green is not even a primary color. Primary colors are only three, red, yellow and blue are the primary color. Green is not even a primary color. Forget about that. Coming to next slide. One of the most important culprit for the reason for rise in the temperature is using 1.2 billion vehicles on the world's road. Just 25 years ago, sir will agree with me, how many vehicles were there in Silvassa? Hardly any vehicle. Today, every one of us are having a vehicle. So, what's happening? So, in the process, in the world, when you talk about the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and I put the things for 1.2 billion vehicles are there on the road, and what they are doing? Of course, they are transporting me, they are transporting you, they are taking you from one place to another, all the things are accepted. But what is the impact, how much heat they are liberating to the nature? It's a big question to be asked. And we get pride in saying that मेरा पास कार है, मेरा पास वो है, and जाने का time I don't take my friend, वो अपना कार में आने दो ना, मैं अपना कार में जाता हूँ. So 5 fellows will take 5 vehicles. On the contrary, if at all you are having public transport system, एक बस जाता है तो 50 लोग जा सकते हैं. That we are not in, we are below prestige. I can go whenever I want. I can have my own life. Why I should help him? All these questions comes in the mind, and we try to avoid pooling of the vehicle. Actually, that's the mind. And we say by 2035, the number will rise to 2 billion vehicles. Wow, see the scenario where we are heading for that. Of course, now we are having the green vehicles have come, but the thing is, how many of them will be there in 2035? I say that, okay, you are using the battery vehicle, but the question comes, please underline my word, within 5 years, maximum major problem will be disposing those batteries. कहाँ भेजेगा? Do you think that XYZ company is going to take back? Okay, let us imagine they are taking back. वो क्या करेगा? वो खाएगा. That will be disposing, that's one of the major problem in within 5 years, these things are going to come there. We are having about, out of that, we are having about 88.1 million cars are there. 8 crore cars hai. And this is 280 car. See the standard of living, what we call. See the standard of standard of life. There is a small island, most of you may not know even. There is something called San Marino Island, बोलके छोटा island country है. This island country का population is very small population, but 1000 लोगों के लिए उधर 1263 cars are there in San Marino Island. Highest population, also highest density of vehicle is in San Marino Island. If you think of United States, 910. If you think of Monaco, again a small island, 899. New Zealand, island country, hardly island country, which is as a zoologist we are happy to be in New Zealand because there are no snakes in New Zealand. अच्छा लगता है. So they are having about 774 cars per 1000 person. हमारा कितना है? Let us talk about, when you talk about others, we should know our condition also. हिंदुस्तान में average vehicle is about 10 per 1000 के लिए. We are much safer, but please remember our population and multiply by 10, that much number of vehicles we are having. If you think of India, which state is having maximum density of vehicles? Any idea? A wild guess? Which state is having maximum vehicles per 1000 people? Wild guess. It is nothing but Goa ka logon ka paas maximum number of vehicles are there. If all India average is about 9.8 or 9.9 something, that in Goa we are having the average vehicles are 45 per 100 people. 45 per 100 people we are having vehicles are there. And a total of 263.6 million vehicles in USA alone we are having the vehicle. They are pumping heat into the nature. This is to make you understand the gravity, what is the temperature, kitna hota hai, kahan se hota hai. You know, now you know where the heat is coming from. Where all the heat goes, it goes to the nature. It goes to the nature. Next slide. I told you about oil usage. Here I have given a split up, continent-wise, country-wise. World is 995, whereas United States 198, 800, European is 150, China 132, India is nowhere less, 46 lakh 90,000, and Japan, such a small country. Hindustan ko compare karne se, Japan is a very small country. They are also using about 39,000 oil barrels per day they are using. Next slide. Air traffic. One of the major culprit of the using oil is the air traffic. Today we say that हमारा हिंदुस्तान में पहले 50, don't go by the number, पहले 50 airport था. अभी हमारे हिंदुस्तान में in the last 10 years we have 175 airport हो गया बोल. In the process, what we are doing is we are pumping the heat into the environment like anything crisscross. Please remember, aeroplane to fly every second, underline the word every second, it uses about 6 liters of oil for it flying. Every second, not minute ke liye, every second it uses 6 liters of oil. You understand what is this is a picture, you can see the picture here, what kind of crisscrossing of the environment, air traffic has happened. But the question is, don't we need air traffic? मुझे भी फ्लाइट में जाना है, आपको भी फ्लाइट में जाना है. It saves time and all conditions. But when you talk about the impact, we are talking about the impact. This is the impact. Next slide. Industries. This is the double-edged sword. Without industry, we cannot survive. But we are going to vanish with the industry. That's 100%. Industry के बिना हम जी नहीं सकते. But industry के with industry हम मर भी नहीं सकते. This is the situation. जैसा मोगाम्बा बोलता है हम आपको लिक्विड नाइट्रोजन में डालेंगे, लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन में डालेंगे. ऑक्सीजन से आप मर नहीं सकते, बट लिक्विड से आप जी नहीं सकते. दैट विल बी द कंडीशन व्हाट वी आर हैविंग द थिंग्स आर देयर. दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. Don't you need industries? We need industries, but we are not bothering about the nature at all. Left, right and center we start the industry, and getting the permission is not, it's बाएं हाथ का खेल है. Anybody, if at all you are having money, पैसा फेंको तमाशा देखो. Is there any industry which the government has blocked? Any kind of reason for that matter. It may get delayed, but ultimately you get it. Next slide. Next slide. This is the atmosphere को क्या हम दान दे रहे हैं, how we are contributing for the atmosphere by doing this kind of belching of the smokes are there. These smokes are containing carbon particles, sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, all kind of things are there. We just pump it, we don't even bother to clean them because we say that हम गरीब है, we can't afford to do that. एक बड़ा एक हमने ताज पहना है कि गरीबी बोल के एक ताज पहना है, उसका अंडर हम सब कुछ करते हैं, बाकी सब करने को हम गरीब नहीं है. बट इसको ये स्मोक और व्हेन यू पोल्यूटेंट बाहर जाने का टाइम में क्लीन करके एनवायरनमेंट कुछ उतना नहीं देता, वो इट इज टू एक्सपेंसिव, वी कैन नॉट डू दैट. एंड दिस काइंड ऑफ बेल्चिंग ऑफ स्मोक्स आर देयर, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ टन्स ऑफ थिंग्स आर बीइंग बेल्चड आउट एवरी डे. यू आर फाइंडिंग दिस वेरी डिफिकल्ट. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. वन मोर reason for rise in the global temperature is forest fires. I don't know when the forest fire takes place. This is really, I should say, chakram ka upar chakram hai. When the earth becomes dry, forest fire becomes more and more amenable. When forest fire takes place, earth becomes more drier. Second round ka forest fire ka tayar hai wo. And forest fire is such a one where which there is no area which cannot be come under the forest fire ke baare mein. I don't know whether you remember or not, just 4 years ago
there was a great forest fire in Austria. More than 30% of the Australian forests have been vanished because of the forest fires. And forest fire एक ऐसा चीज़ है, हमारा fire extinguisher cannot enter there. हमारा fire extinguisher cannot enter there. You go with the helicopter and pour some water. Such a huge fire के लिए तुम्हारा हेलीकॉप्टर में 50 लीटर और 100 लीटर और 500 लीटर का पानी कहाँ जाएगा? इट विल बी लाइक उड़पी फेलो मसाला डोसा करने का टाइम में तवा के ऊपर पानी छिड़कता है ना, ऐसा हो जाएगा, सब कुछ खत्म हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं हो जाएगा. This is one of the reason to rise in the temperature. It's not a very simple problem. We are having a very serious problem. And ऐसा है कि when the forest fire takes place, drier more and dry होता है. More dry होने से एक spark, particularly when animals run from one place to another, एक पत्थर और एक पत्थर को लगने से जो spark निकलता है, that's more than enough to start a forest fire. And we are also having some anti-social elements who get pleasure in hooking the bidi and throwing it to the forest. मेरा क्या है, बाप का जाने दो, किसका जाता है, जाने दो. This kind of, till we don't develop our nationalism, till we don't develop our, ये हमारा धरोहर है, ये हमारा जंगल है, we should protect, तब तक हमारा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. And this is the forest fire. One more reason for rise in the climate change, or say global warming के लिए, this one more case. Next slide. This I need not tell you. Everywhere I told you the figure, number only. Now I am showing the visuals. Please remember, this is not the photo of your किधर बाहर कंट्री का किसी का नहीं है, ये हमारा हिंदुस्तान का, दिल्ली का है. You can see the autos particularly. For example, autos, this kind of autos you don't get anywhere in the world. Only in India में you get auto. As a result, अगर auto है तो take it from me, ये हिंदुस्तान का रोड है. Tell me, common sense. Let us say here 500 vehicle है. कितना लोगों को ट्रांसपोर्ट करता है ये? 500 लोगों को. यही अगर आप 10 बस डाला, 10 बस में अगर ये 500 लोग गया तो इट विल नॉट बी पॉल्यूशन नहीं है, आपका ट्रैफिक जाम नहीं होता है, कुछ नहीं होता है, एंड प्लस इट विल बी गुड फॉर द एनवायरमेंट ऑल्सो. दैट नहीं होता है, बिकॉज वी ऑल वांट, मेरा व्हीकल में मैं जाता हूँ, तू कौन पूछने वाला. आप कुछ भी बोलो, जनरल पब्लिक का फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आता है, तुम्हारा डैश का प्रॉपर्टी है क्या? I don't use the word, whatever you can feel that, तुम्हारा डैश का है क्या वो? So this is the thing. And government of India, if you remember what last time Delhi government did, they told odd even बोला, लोगों ने नंबर प्लेट बदला और गाड़ी वही भगाया. And all kind of circus they did, but they don't want, हम नहीं सुधरेंगे क्योंकि हम अंग्रेजों का जमाने का जेलर है. We don't want to improve. Once you decide that you don't want to improve, nobody can improve you. अगर आपको improve होना चाहिए, first thing what should come to your mind is that I should improve करके मेरा दिमाग में आना चाहिए, मेरा दिल में आना चाहिए, तभी improve हो सकता. अगर आपने ठान लिया कि मैं सुधरूंगा नहीं, तो ब्रह्मा के बटने से भी सुधरेगा नहीं. That's definite. And this is the picture. This is one picture, only one view. You can understand what is the situation anywhere and everywhere. This is the next slide. Next slide. Coming to human life, one more reason for rise in the temperature is human life. As I told you, these are some only, I put only 7 bullets. Please remember, this is not the complete list. It's only an indicative list what I say, rise for temperature. Number 1, as I told you, respiration, वो कोई रुक नहीं सकता है. जब तक जिंदा है, तब तक हम रेस्पायर करेंगे. हीट तो हम एनवायरमेंट को देंगे. हमारा contribution for the nature, that's what's happening. I told you, our population, 141 crore population is there. Every one of us are breathing. 24 hours, 365 days, 7 days a week. इतना रेस्पायर करने का टाइम में क्या होता है? Number 2, our room heating system. Actually, here you are not using, in Silvassa you may not use it. For example, in colder place like Jammu Kashmir and other places, they will be doing room heaters are there. And what room heaters do? Room heater क्या करता है? Heat generate करके या release करता है. Where this heat will go, it will go to the nature. उसका contrary, उसका against is our room, air conditioner है. I think somewhere air conditioner there. How air conditioner working? Air conditioner कैसा इधर ठंड करता है? इधर का टेम्परेचर खींचता है, बाहर छोड़ता है. प्लीज रिमेंबर, एयर कंडीशन उससे भी ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं करता. आपका रूम तो ठंड होगा, बट यहाँ का जो गर्माहट है वो खींच के इट इज गोइंग. आपने पाइप दिया, बाहर दिया, इट गोस आउट. कहाँ जाएगा? एनवायरमेंट रहेगा, यही रहेगा. देयर इज नथिंग कॉल्ड एयर कंडीशनर से आपका रूम का सुधरता नहीं है. यहाँ आपको ठंड लगेगा, बट हीट कहीं ना कहीं कहाँ जाएगा बेचारा? एनवायरमेंट में जाएगा. एंड सिमिलरली नॉन कैंडेसेंट लाइट्स. At least now I am finding most of the things are wearing LED things are there and all sorts of things are there. Earlier time, when bulb was invented, as seniors we know, bulb हम अगर bulb change करना तो गर्म होता था. What is गर्म होता है? क्यों होता है? Because incandescent bulbs used to transfer around 40 to 45% of energy into lighting, बाकी 55% in the terms of heat. 40 वाट का बल्ब डालने से एनर्जी 40 वाट का खपत होता है, बट इट विल नॉट गिव यू द एनर्जी और से लाइट इक्वलेंट टू 40 वाट. दैट वाज द प्रॉब्लम. बाद में आया ट्यूबलाइट, 40 वाट का ट्यूबलाइट. कैंडेसेंट ट्यूबलाइट्स हैव स्टार्टेड कमिंग. दे आर स्लाइटली बेटर देन. नाउ वी आर हैविंग एलईडी बल्ब्स आर देयर which don't heat up. एनर्जी कंजम्पशन इज बहुत कम होता है. एज ए रिजल्ट दिस इज गुड फॉर द नेचर. Actually, someone was talking about the research के बारे में, how the things are happening in research. For student benefit के लिए, there are 4 or 5 things, words you must remember. Number 1, search. What is search? Generally हम सुबह उठते हैं, स्कूल को जाना, अरे मेरा वो कहाँ रखा, मैंने असाइनमेंट करके रखा था, कहाँ, मम्मी तुमने देखा है, पापा तुमने देखा है, all these things. This is nothing but search. It is not a research. On the contrary, diligent inquiry of anything based on scientific things that is research. Please remember, research doesn't mean that research, वापस search करना is not a research. Research is diligent inquiry of anything, particularly process and product. Process and product, we call it as research. And we call something word called invention. तभी I saw the word invention. Invention का definition is very simple. First time when something is you do something, experiment करके कुछ ना कुछ बाहर निकालो, that is an invention. For example, James Watt invented steam engines. Do you think that आजकल का steam engine James Watt का engine का सरका ही है? सरका ही है कि नहीं? Change है कि नहीं? Change हुआ कि नहीं? For example, bulbs. Who invented electricity? Any one of you? And today we are having bulb का बारे में. Edison is considered as the person who invented the bulbs. Do you think that Edison का जमाने में जो बल्ब था आज भी वही इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, वही टाइप का बल्ब इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं? सुधरा क्या नहीं है? सुधरा है ना? That सुधार is known as innovation. पहले जो जेम्स इतने बल्ब इन्वेंट किया, एडिसन ने किया था, that was the invention. But अभी उसका ऊपर जो डेवलप होके अभी का जो LED बल्ब आ रहा है, this is known as innovation. For example, टेलीफोन का बारे में, ग्राहम बेल इन्वेंटेड टेलीफोन, उसका पहले टेलीफोन नहीं था. बट डू यू थिंक दैट अभी भी ग्राहम बेल का टेलीफोन हेलो हाँ मैं बोलता हूँ, डू वी डू दैट नाउ? Now the things have improved over the year, so this is called innovation. Please keep in mind the difference between search, research, invention, innovation, and the last word is the discovery. What is discovery? This is bringing to the knowledge of the public which is already there in the nature. For example, let me tell 2 sea snakes mating in the ocean. Number 1, how many of us have seen the sea snake? Hardly anyone has seen the sea snake. Number 2, even if you have seen the sea snake, what is the chance of you seeing a male and female sea snakes together? Minuscule. Even if you are, I am just imagining that you are, let us say you are seen male and female snakes together in a ocean, sea mein. But what is the chance of you seeing snakes mating together? It is almost remote. Would you agree? But now, if you go to the so many discovery channels are there, they show you ye karo, ye dekho, wo dekho, penguin dekho, all these things are dekho. This is nothing but, this is known as discovery. This is not an invention. This is not an innovation, this is not a search, this is not a research, this is the discovery. Discovery ka definition is bringing something to the knowledge of the general public which is already happening in the nature. Discovery channels, if you say, they say so many places, they say so many animals, they show so many plants, they show so many activities which happening in the nature. This is the discovery ka baare mein. So when you talk about this air condition ka baare mein, non-condensant light, geysers, what they do? Rise the temperature, हम नहाएंगे मजा आएगा, but गर्माहट कहाँ जाएगा? नेचर में जाएगा. Let us say 144 billion people are working, crore people are taking bath every day under the geyser, कहाँ जाएगा heat? Nature. Cooking का बारे में. Earlier time mother used to cook, it was a whole day process. My mother used to cook for सुबह शुरू करने से दोपहर 1 बजे तक एक चावल एक राइस 3-4 आइटम होता था. आजकल ऐसा नहीं है. आजकल का sometimes I envy present day ladies because उनका एक उंगली रहने से बस एक उंगली दबाओ मिक्सर, एक उंगली दबाओ गीजर, एक उंगली दबाओ कुकर, एक विद इन वन फिंगर एवरीथिंग इज ओके. क्लिक से आपका ये है. Even if you think of you are having the these are there, different kinds of gadgets are there, it's easy. But please remember, cooking meal for 144 crore population, temperature कहाँ जाता है? फिर nature. Ultimately, barbecue, we get मजा in having the barbecue. कुछ न कुछ बाहर तल के फ्राई करके खाएगा बैठ के. Next slide. This is only indicative list. You can add something more for that. So what is the outcome of all the things I told you from the beginning till the last slide is the global warming. Global warming can be for atmosphere if it's a gaseous thing. It can go to the ocean if you are pushing the things to the water, or it may be land. For example, forest fire and other things are respecting for the land का बारे में. So क्या होता है? As a result क्या हुआ? For the last hundreds of years, it's very interesting to know, for millions of years, for the last 1 million years, temperature rise was hardly 0.1 degrees Celsius. But in the last 1 century, that's 100 years, mein, rise of temperature about 0.6, which is very significantly high. That's the reason we should be worried about the things. And when you talk about the Fahrenheit, scientists predict that further warming of things are 1.4 to 5.6 Celsius होने वाला है by 2.5 Fahrenheit by 2100. Please remember, keep in mind, particularly in ocean, if a temperature rise of 10 degree will double the activity. That is the reason we should be very careful about that. And next slide. Don't trust me, because for scientists believe हमें सबूत चाहिए. सबूत के बिना हम कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे. We don't have any assumption, we don't have any prediction, we don't have anything. We do predict, but based on scientific background. If you see the average, a gap, red lal line देखिए, this is the ultimately, which are there at -3 में था, now it has reached to the +3 तक पहुंचा है. And कितना है? From 1979 till 2018, such a small period में average temperature has risen to this level आया है, indicating that खतरे का घंटी बज रहा है. अच्छा, तुम्हें सुनना है तो सुन लो, नहीं सुनने से मैं रुकने वाला नहीं हूँ. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. एंड ओके, टेम्परेचर बढ़ा, सो व्हाट, मैं तो एसी में बैठा हूँ, मेरे को क्या दिक्कत है? मेरा गाड़ी एसी है, मैं एसी में बैठता हूँ. बट प्लीज रिमेंबर, इफ यू थिंक ऑफ द नेचर का बारे में क्या हो रहा है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ग्रीनलैंड, I need not tell you the location, northern hemisphere, near the North Pole. Greenland is known for having a piscivorous human beings. उनको मच्छी खाते हैं, उनका major food is fish है. But see the beauty here, when because of the heat, when ice melts, please remember this ice is freshwater ice. Ice melt होने से क्या होता है? वो पानी होता है, and it mixes with the North Sea. This is known as Northern Sea, North Sea in the Arctic region में. Please take it the very, very serious point I am telling here. When the water mixes with this, क्या होता है? People will say there will be a rise in the water level. Accepted, मान लिया. Is it all? Please remember, ये खारा पानी है. खारा पानी को जब मीठा पानी मिलता है तो खारा पानी का condition क्या होगा? Will it the खारा will remain same salinity will remain there. Same salinity will not remain. When the salinity reduces, what will happen to the biotic organism living there? मच्छी रहता है, बिकॉज देयर खारा पानी का मच्छी है, खारा पानी का मच्छी को अगर आप मीठा पानी में डाला तो सर्वाइव करेगा? करेगा? बिल्कुल नहीं करेगा. बट हियर इट क्या होता है, कंटिन्यूसली पानी गर्म, मीठा पानी, जनरली इट इज नॉट द राइट वर्ड टू यूज द मीठा पानी बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ए स्वीट वाटर, इट्स ए फ्रेश वाटर. बट फॉर आवर डिस्कशन के लिए लेट अस से मीठा पानी बोल के बोलेंगे. प्लीज रिमेंबर दिस इज नॉट ए मीठा पानी. पीने से आपको गुड़ का टेस्ट, शुगर का टेस्ट नहीं मिलता है. एक्चुअली कितना हो गया? सी फ्रॉम 1992 to 2001, 34 gigatons of ice melted and entered into northern sea. It's a huge amount. Gigaton मतलब कितना है? You know ton, 1000 ton करने से it becomes megaton. 1000 megaton होने से that becomes 1 gigaton. इतना amount of पानी has entered every year. 34 gigatons पानी गया है इसमें दरिया में to reduce the salinity. But 2002 to 2011 में, मतलब again 10 साल का डाटा है, 215 gigatons of ice has melted and entered into the things are there. Please remember, this will bring a lot of changes as far as the salinity of the water is concerned. When the salinity is changed, you can understand what will happen to the life living in that. आज का condition 2025 का condition बोल रहा हूँ मैं. At one time, Finland used to export fish. अपन खा के जो बचता था, they used to export it. Today, Finland doesn't have fish at all. All the fish, because they have to survive. It's a cold place. इधर हमारे इधर का आंबा, काजू, पनस सब कुछ नहीं मिलता है इधर. They have to survive on fish during winter. There are no plants at all. What you can do that? They are importing the fish. Do you think that आज तो फिनलैंड कहीं ना कहीं से import कर सकता है? When the whole world is becoming like this, can you import? कहीं भी नहीं मिलेगा आप import करने को. That's the reason one should, and what is known as metabolic activity जब होता है, salinity से, particular zoologists will appreciate it. When metabolic activities होता है, the organism cannot survive there. Number 2, behavior of animal also changes. The animal which is living, or animal or plant for that matter, any biota for that matter, when the behavior of any organism in the saline water is totally different from the behavior of any organism when the salinity reduces, and this will have the impact on their metabolic activity, physiological activity, and physiological activity in turn will result into reproductive thing. Reproductive thing will turn into, cascading effect will be on the evolutionary process. This is a continuous process. It is not simple. Generally people say that melt होने दो ना, पानी ऊपर आता है, something will डूबेगा. No, डूबेगा जरूर हो जाएगा. But one should remember all these things, cascading effect is there on the, it's not simple effect. Next slide. If you see, again क्या होता है? For example, temperature rise होने से, this is the marine water, जो ice है वो टुकड़ा हो जाएगा, it will break into pieces because of the temperature and it come into this one. This is the, that's why they call it as Greenland particularly is having a very serious problem about the melting of the ice and reduction in the salinity का बारे में. Next slide. You may be surprised to know, sir, where? You may be surprised to know it was in 2016 the most unprecedented warming has happened in Arctic. Why presently I am concentrating on Arctic, then I will come to the Antarctica का बारे में. Reason is simple, because Arctic में जो ice है compared to Antarctica बहुत कम ice है, बहुत कम ice है. And Arctic में there are many countries are there, civilization is there, transport is there, a lot of things, buildings are there, cooking is there, human habitation is there. As a result, सब मिलने से Arctic melts much faster than Antarctica का बारे में. That I will come to later. Next slide. So as a result, ice melt होने से क्या होता है? Global temperature rise होने से क्या होता है? Again, these are the only indicative list I have given. This is not a complete list. Number 1, spreading of the disease. क्यों disease spread होता है? Because as I told the student in the beginning, question everything. For example, that girl is fair, I am dark, Anyone can say that that girl is gori, मैं काला. That is not the science. वो क्यों गोरी है, मैं क्यों काला हूँ, knowing that is the science. I am not going into that. Here, spreading of disease. Again, why spreading of disease? For example, in a colder place, when the temperature rises, metabolic activity of the living organism, particularly bacteria and viruses for the matter, they reproduce fast, they grow more, their metabolic activity chadta hai. As a result, diseases are spreading there because of the global warming. Secondly, when you talk about the spring arrival, हमारे जनरली बोलता है कि जनवरी तक ठंडी रहता है, बाद में फरवरी संक्रांति का बाद में टेम्परेचर राइज होता है. अगर सोचो कि पहले ही आइस मेल्ट हो गया तो आपका समर आपको जल्दी आएगा, स्प्रिंग विल कम अर्ली, सो व्हाट? मेरा क्वेश्चन इज सो व्हाट? बट हियर आवर प्लांट्स आर नॉट रेडी टू गिव द फ्लावर, दे आर नॉट रेडी, उनको वसंत ऋतु नहीं आया है, दे आर नॉट फिजिकली रेडी, फिजियोलॉजिकली रेडी नहीं है, तो स्प्रिंग जल्दी आके क्या फायदा होता है? नथिंग. दिस फेलोज विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग. As a result, it will be lost as far as the productivity is concerned. Again, question is why? Every plant and animal has come to this particular situation over thousands of years. हमारा reproductive cycle, हमारा development cycle plant का, generally we say that okay, आम कब आता है? Generally comes in the month of April, May आता है. You may ask me why the mangoes are not coming in the month of November में क्यों नहीं आता है? और अक्टूबर में मैंगो क्यों नहीं आता है? वी नो दैट ये ठंड में आने वाला फल नहीं है, दिस समर में आने वाला फल है. दैट्स वाई यू से दिस थिंग्स आर. मैंगो को कैसा पता है कब मैं मैंगो दूँ, कब मैं मैंगो नहीं दूँ बोल के मैंगो को कैसा पता है? बिकॉज दिस प्लांट्स हैव कम टू अडॉप्टेड टू दिस पर्टिकुलर एनवायरमेंट कंडीशन फॉर द लास्ट थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ईयर, इसीलिए वो हुआ है. अभी ऑल ऑफ अ सडन अगर एनवायरमेंट चेंज होता है, these fellows are not ready for change because whatever things are there today, I have developed over thousands of years. 2 साल में बदलो बोलने का बदलूंगा मैं. It will not possible. And similarly, plant and animal range shift. One more very, very important point. For example, we say high altitude में some animals are there, low altitude में some animals are there. If you think of plant, we say that a particular pines and all sorts of things will be in the high altitude. Low altitude में आपको pines सब नहीं मिलता है. But the rise, इधर temperature rise होने से automatically cool area also will go up. As a result, plants have to move, animals have to move to a higher altitude if at all they are liking the cold place. So that's the reason there is a range in shift range होता है. And one of the most important thing of climate change or sorry, rise in the temperature is that coral reef bleaching. All of you know what is coral reef is there, particularly in the northeast of Australia. There is a great coral reef there, everyone knows it. उसका इम्पोर्टेंट वो नहीं रहने से क्या है, मैं जिंदा नहीं रह सकता हूँ क्या? आंसर इज सिंपल. प्लीज रिमेंबर, कोरल रीफ्स आर द वन ऑफ द मेजर सोर्स फॉर बायोडाइवर्सिटी. बिकॉज ऐसा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड एरिया है, वो घुस घुस के जाके बैठ सकते हैं. एज ए रिजल्ट उनका एनिमीज कैनॉट टच देम, एनिमीज कैनॉट ईट देम. उनका सेफ, वन दे आर लिविंग देयर हैप्पीली, दे विल रिप्रोड्यूस, उधर मल्टीप्लाई होता है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी ज़्यादा होता है. ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग. एंड हियर बिकॉज द राइज इन द टेम्परेचर, again question is coral reef I should say bleach होके क्या होता है? What is coral reef? Coral reef is nothing but calcium carbonate, basically calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate दरिया में कैसा गर्म होता है वो? Because when दरिया का temperature rises, definitely coral reef का ऊपर impact रहता है, and they also start disintegrating. As a result, there is a big problem is there and things are there. And coming to one more very dangerous spring for downpours or the heavy snowfall or flooding. When the rise, for example, when global warming का time है, all of you are aware, बारिश कैसा होता है. हम बचपन में 3rd और 4th स्टैंडर्ड में पढ़ा है, वाटर साइकिल बोलते हैं हम. पानी गर्म होता है, इवापोरेट होता है, ऊपर जाता है, ठंड होता है, कूल होता है, अगेन दे कंडेंस होके गिरता है. दिस इज द लाइफ साइकिल, आई मीन साइकिल ऑफ वाटर बोल के बोलते थे. माय द क्वेश्चन इज, इफ द टेम्परेचर राइजेस वेरी फास्ट, सो इवापोरेशन आल्सो फास्ट. वन द इवापोरेशन इज फास्ट, cloud formation is fast, When the cloud formation is fast, उसका weight होता है, वो गिरता है. As a result, it becomes a downpour, very heavy downpour will be there. Of course, हमें पानी चाहिए plant के लिए, for everything के लिए. अगर 2 महीने में आने वाला पानी, in the रूप of बरसात के रूप में आने वाला पानी, अगर 3 दिन में गिरा, do you think that plants can survive? If I make you to feed, let us say, 50 रोटी और एक महीने का खाना 2 दिन में खाओ बोलने से खा सकते हैं आप? That will be the same situation happens when the downpour is there. Please remember, underline the word. When I say global warming and downpour, it doesn't mean that बारिश नहीं आता है बोल के कहीं भी बोलता नहीं. On the contrary, spread होने वाला बारिश, 4 महीने में आने वाला बारिश 1 महीने में आके गिरेगा. So आपका कल्याण हो जाएगा. That's the reason why we say downpour is very important there. And similarly with regard to heavy snowfall and the northern area में, high altitude में there will be heavy snowfall and flooding. You know, just last week there was a cloud burst in Uttarakhand में उत्तरकाशी में cloud burst था. Earlier time when we were children, cloud burst was a very rare case. आजकल ऐसा नहीं. Every season we are having a cloud burst. And every time you are having a flooding. Flood था, पहले भी flood था, but इतना frequency नहीं था कि जितना flood आजकल होता है. So this is what. And drought and fire. I told you the example of wild forest का बारे में. When the drought is there, earth become dry. Again, क्यों dry होता है? Earth dry क्यों होता है? When there is no rain, when there is a heat, whatever the water humidity there in the soil is absorbed, it goes up. इधर dry and dry होता है. Dry होने का time में, I am sure at least some of you who are in, let us say, scout में और इसमें उनको दे से call, let us say, fire triangle बोल के आपने पढ़ा होगा, कहीं ना कहीं पढ़ा होगा, fire triangle बोल के. Fire होना है तो 3 चीज़ important है. Number 1, heat. Number 2, combustible things are there. And third is the air we need. Either air is available, combustible material is available, only a chota chingari or a thoda rise in the temperature, it will catch the heat, resulting in formation of the fire. This is why one more deadly dangerous effect of the global warming is the drought and fire. Coming to biological thing, change in animal and plant life. I am sure you might have seen क्या बोलूं, स्नो वर्ल्ड में देखा होगा आपने. अर्लियर टाइम इट वाज आइस एज. हाउ द एनिमल्स हैव चेंज्ड फ्रॉम आइस एज टू द प्रेजेंट एज का बारे में. प्लीज रिमेंबर, दिस हैज नॉट हैपेंड ओवरनाइट. आइस एज से प्रेजेंट एज में आया है. इट इज नॉट ओवरनाइट का चेंजेस में. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दे से ड्यूरिंग द आइस एज, let me take 1 or 2 example. The difference between the ice age and present age is that, for example, during the ice age there are no flowering plants at all. What I mean to say that there are no angiosperms, what we call it in biological word, angiosperm nahi tha. Udhar tha pines tha, cones were there, pteridophyte, what they call pteridophytes were there. As a result, the vegetarian animals were eating on the pteridophyte and जिम्नोस्पर्म्स का खा रहे थे बैठ के उनका पेट भरने के लिए. बट बिकॉज ऑफ राइज इन द टेम्परेचर, slowly but steadily, all these pteridophytes and gymnosperms started moving towards up in the hill. And today you are seeing the pteridophytes, particularly whenever if at all you go to Ooty, we bring that cones, pines का cone लाते हैं, उससे कुछ ना कुछ बनाते हैं. Why do you get cones in high altitude? Why not in your Silvassa में क्यों नहीं मिलता है वो, और गोवा में क्यों नहीं मिलता है? Because they were basically cold adapted plants. अभी cold कहाँ high altitude में मिलता है, इसलिए they find them in high altitude. On the contrary, why we get more and more plants, flowering plants now? If I'm not wrong, around 2 lakh species of flowering plants are there. Again, cones का, pines का, tree का life is about 500 years, 1000 years, 2000 years, like that. अमेरिका में एक झाड़ है, अंडरस्टैंड, ऐसा एक प्लांट है, उसका बीच में उन्होंने कट करके अंदर से गाड़ी जाता है, इतना बड़ा ट्री है. दिस बिलोंग्स टू पाइन्स एंड कोन्स का इट्स अ टेरिडोफाइट का प्लांट है. इट इज नॉट अ रेगुलर फ्लावरिंग प्लांट नहीं है. इफ यू थिंक ऑफ फ्लावरिंग प्लांट्स, Is there any flowering plant which can live more than 100, 200 years? No. We talk about the flowering plants, most of them are seasonal. आ जाता है, next year फिर घूमता है, चलता रहता है. And please remember, 99% of the food what we are eating today are the flowering plants. You take rice, you take wheat, you take barley, you take anything you want, or you take any agriculture product, 99% of them are the, I should say, angiosperms. You may say that I am eating a til ka tel, again angiosperm. I am eating coconut oil, okay, that's the angiosperm. You may be eating peanut oil. Oh, all these things are flowering plants and their life is very short there. Again, क्यों life short है? Life short क्यों है? Because उनका metabolic activity is fast है, इसीलिए उनका life short है. For example, see, because since I belong to biology, everything I give example so that student can understand in a well reason. Imagine, if you take a average lifespan of persons or say animals living in the tropical region and take a average lifespan of the organism living in the temperate region, who survives longer? Who survives longer? Tropical region वाले survive longer or temperate region वाले survive longer or polar region वाले? Reason is simple. Tropical में it's a life is fast, as a result our lifespan is short. उधर सब कुछ धीरे धीरे रेमना धीरे सब कुछ हो ऐसा होता है, धीरे धीरे हो रहा है. As a result उनका life cycle is more. Again, let us talk about one more example is that animals living in a tropical region. For example, बांगड़ा गिंगड़ा, all kinds of things are there. उनका कुछ नहीं, एक सीजन में खत्म होता है. Whereas if you think of polar region, the whales are there, you get a lot of things are there. They live for hundreds of years because उधर metabolic activity is slow. As a result, उनका lifespan is much more than that. That's the reason we get, whenever there is a change in the global warming takes place, all these things will have impact on that. They will change the things are there. One more very important for us. Please remember, we human beings are very selfish. If someone says that I am not selfish, please take it from me. There is no person who is more selfish than the person who says that I am not selfish. Everyone is selfish. इसमें कोई doubt नहीं है. As a result, I wish to talk about the human health here. आजकल का allergy has become a big problem. इसको dust allergy है, इसको pollen grain allergy है, उसका allergy है, इसका allergy है. What is allergy? Anyone have a definition for allergy? Definition for allergy? It is nothing but hyperaction for anything. It known as allergy. Hyper ज़्यादा बहुत ज़्यादा respond करते हैं, that is allergy. And when you talk about the allergy, एक क्यों allergy होता है? When the temperature has risen, we are having lot of pollens and other things in the environment. As a result, allergens are more. Allergens are the ones which causes allergy. Since allergens are more, today we are having high number of allergic cases are there. Probably some of you may be allergic to my talk also. Because when you say allergy, it doesn't mean a particular thing. A, B, C, D बोल के कोई नहीं है. There is nothing in the world which is not allergic to at least some of the things. I am making it very clear. There is nothing in the world which is not allergic to anyone in the world. It's impossible. Everything is allergic to someone or other. Thoda thing, for example, we say when the बच्चों को we used to give the vaccine देते थे, that was allergic था. बाद में हम tetracycline देना, so penicillin का particular penicillin allergy was the first allergy which is reported. उसका पहले हमें पता, don't think that allergy नहीं था बोल के सोचे मत. Allergy था but हमें पता नहीं था. हम क्या बोलते थे, भूत ने मारा, रक्कस ने मारा, उसका ऐसा, all these things used to say. But here, human allergy is there, allergen things are. Next slide. Next slide. आराम से मैडम. Of course, there are reports which say that Arctic is turning greener. Actually, Arctic is supposed to be covered with ice only. When the green grass grows, where the green grass grows, does it grow in a polar region? It doesn't grow. It grows only when there is a temperature ज़्यादा रहने का time में grass आता है ना. When you see the picture here, it says Arctic is turning greener, matlab it is becoming warmer and warmer. That's why grasses are there. And please remember, this is known as succession. पहले grass आता है, बाद में plant आता है, बाद में उसका बड़ा animals आता है. This is succession के बारे में. First stage already started. Already started. This is the picture to represent the Antarctica, polar bear. I don't know how many of you are aware. The fact, polar bears you find only in Arctic, not in Antarctica. Secondly, penguins you find only in Antarctica, not in Arctic. This is the one of the basic difference between the Arctic and Antarctic as far as existence of the animals are there. Other animals are there which are not important for us. So here it says, don't go by this all blah blah blah, don't go. Take the nut, in a nutshell I am telling you, it's rising. Next slide. They say that 4 degree by 4 degrees is a big quantum jump as far as the temperature is concerned. अगर 4 degree temperature rise हुआ तो क्या होता है? Next slide. This is what it says. अगर 4 degree rise हुआ तो क्या होता है? Warming may sink 136 out of 700 heritage site. This is the World Opera House from in Australia में आप में भी. This is one of the things going to sink if the 4 degree temperature rise होता है तो. I am not that much concerned about sinking of this World Opera. I am not, ठीक है only Australia ना. But I am worried that Amchi Mumbai will be sunk if at all these things happen, for which I am more concerned. Again, how do you say how Amchi Mumbai will concern? Reason is simple. If you see the marine line in Mumbai, where the famous Taj Mahal hotel is there, I am not going into history, economics, commerce, of all the things. From the Darya ka line से हमारा ताज महल होटल, ताज होटल क्या? या ताज होटल कितना डिस्टेंस है? Not even 10 meters above sea level. Not even 10 meters above sea level. If you think of Borivali and other areas which are almost in the MSL में है, if the water comes and falls there, they say that by 2100, the world oceans will rise by 50 meters. 50 meter मतलब approximately 150 feet. Imagine, stand on a marine drive में आप खड़ा हो जाए. Imagine 150 feet पानी आता है तो कहाँ तक डूबेगा आप imagine कर सकते हैं. That is the one. That's what I am concerned. That's I am worried about. Amchi Mumbai is more precious to me. And similarly, what other things can happen, as all of you are aware, Maldives. आप ग्लोब में ढूंढेंगे, Maldives will not be there because Maldives average temperature, average height is about 4 to 5 MSL, meter sea level का ऊपर है Maldives. 1/3 of the Sri Lanka will, 1/3 of the Bangladesh will not be there. Our eastern coast, particularly Calcutta area and Puri and other areas, that area will be under threat for that matter. Okay, next slide. And see the unusual pictures. You cannot imagine this thing can happen, but it has happened because of rise in the global temperature. क्या हुआ? Here is the picture which says a Palestinian pushing a stuck car on the road over the thing. Just imagine, where is Palestine? Geographically, Palestine कहाँ है? Middle East में? Is it in the North Pole में? Is it in South Pole में? Is it in Mount Everest के ऊपर है? It is a plain land. आजकल पैलेस्टीन और इसराइल के बारे में बहुत कुछ चल रहा है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू दैट. फॉर अस दिस इज द पिक्चर. इट सेज दैट पैलेस्टीन में आइस का गिरना, इट्स वेरी वेरी अनयूजुअल. दिस हैज हैपेंड बिकॉज ऑफ राइज इन द टेम्परेचर. एक्चुअली कैसा ठंड होता है जब एक बार टेम्परेचर राइज होता है तो एयर फ्रॉम अदर एरिया विल एंटर देयर एंड इट ट्राइज टू कूल देयर. देयर इज अ मूवमेंट ऑफ एयर इज देयर. हियर इज द वन, कहीं ना कहीं गर्मी हुआ बोल के these fellows are suffering of the ice here. This is the Palestine का picture. It was taken in 2015 January. This is the picture. Unusual thing. You cannot imagine also. Next slide. Let me tell you one more slide. When I say Palestine, I should also mention about the Israelis. I should not be biased. So here Israeli kids are playing in snow along Shabbat settlement in January. Same place, same time. Please remember, Palestine and Israel are neighbors. Neighboring thing. One photograph I showed you from Palestine, another photograph I am showing from the Israel का बारे में. Here in the West Bank में 2015 में Israeli बच्चे are playing in the ice में it is impossible on other days. This is because of the rise in the global temperature. Next slide. Similarly, residents enjoy near the ruins of the Roman temple at Bacchus and the historical ruins of back in the east, Lebanon. All the things, Lebanon, Israel, all these things are nearby. This is what's happening in that particular area. Next slide. I am sure you may laugh at this picture. Can you imagine having a snow in the, I should say, Sahara desert? Generally, हमारे दिमाग में है कि Sahara desert is the one बहुत गर्म रहता है, पानी नहीं रहता है, all these things happen because of the change of temperature. कहीं ना कहीं गर्मी ज़्यादा हो गया, इसका असर Sahara desert के ऊपर ice formation हुआ है. And please don't trust me, trust the picture. क्योंकि हम सबूत देते हैं, साइंस वाले कभी भी मुंह से नहीं बोलते हैं, but सबूत दे के बोलते हैं. This has happened not only in 1979, also in recently 2016 में. This indicates that in the history of the Sahara, up to 1979 तक कुछ नहीं हुआ, Sahara was dry desert, and it has been repeated in 2016 again, indicating that आपको खतरे का घंटी वो बजा रहा है, देख रहा है, दिखा रहा है, ऐसा ऐसा हो रहा है बोल के. This is the situation in the things. Next slide. When you talk about measuring the temperature, how do you measure temperature or how do you say global warming? हमें सबूत चाहिए. जब हम sitting in a Silvassa, we can't understand global change क्या है. Last 10 साल का पहले temperature यही था, अभी भी temperature यही है. गोवा में बैठ के मैं बोल नहीं सकता कि ऐसा है, तभी भी बारिश हो, तभी बारिश है. But there are ways of measuring things. It was in 1896 first report of suggestion of burning of fossil. ये very interesting. ऐसा एक in I should colloquial हिंदी जैसे थुक्का मारा. ऐसा ही बोल दिया, उसका कोई सबूत नहीं था, which we did not agree. But first report stating that these things are there, but without any proof. But today we are having lot of gadgets are there, lot of equipments are there, we can make out क्या होता है, कैसा होता है बोल के. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Effect of global warming. Today scientists use computers है, supercomputers are there, simulation is there, lot of things are. आजकल बहुत आसान हो गया. You need not wait for 50 generation to know 50 जनरेशन का बाद में क्या होता है, but you do not wait. Just like डॉक्टर साहब बोला कि we are having artificial intelligence को बोलो, this is the situation, 50 जनरेशन का बारे में कैसा होगा, artificial intelligence will give answer देगा उसको. Because they are having logic, they are having permutation combination, they are having algorithm. Based on that, they will tell you what exact things are happening. And there are models are there. Global warming is 100% sure. They are having agriculture, wildlife, and human life. Next slide. I can go up to 4:30. Shall I say 4:30? Because being a professional teacher, I can shrink it also. But no, thank you. If I want, I'll take, madam. Our a very interesting thing. Technically, for a common man, Arctic and Antarctic, both we call it the poles, they should be identical. North Pole, north में है, South Pole, south में है, Arctic, north में है, Antarctic, south में है, both should be, because if it's in the equator है, वो side में temperate region है, ये side में temperate region है, वो side में polar region है, ये side में polar region है. So I feel, as a layman, both the things are equal. But please remember, they are not equal at all. Geographically speaking, I may say, oh, North Pole है, South Pole है, but they are not identical as far as things are concerned. Again, what's happening is North Hemisphere is heating up much more than the South Pole, South region. Again, as I told you, question why? Why North Pole is heating up faster than the South Pole? Or say, why Arctic is heating up much more than the South Pole, Antarctic? Regions that now experience light winter may experience no show at all. Temperature mountains and snow links will be melt earlier. This is what's going to happen in North Pole. Growing seasons will be longer in the North Pole. Again, question is why? First मैंने बोला this is going to happen. Next question comes, क्यों हो रहा है? Very next slide. And these are the activities. Warmed one will be more humid. Humidity होने से क्या होता है? Humidity रहने से water in the air इट इज नॉट इन द, धरती में पानी नहीं है, एयर में पानी है, सो आपको पीने के लिए पानी ग्राउंड वाटर नहीं मिलेगा, बट यू फील इट इज हॉट बिकॉज ऑफ द ह्यूमिडिटी एंड ऑल सॉर्ट्स ऑफ थिंग. Higher humidity will increase the rainfall, storms will be expected, further the water will be evaporate more readily in the soil, all these things do happen. Next slide. Again, effects are, winds will blow faster and harder. Again, question is, what is wind? Any definition? Students, what is wind? Movement of air from one place to another is known as wind. Would you agree? I am not telling you from higher temperature, lower temperature. It is the second step to know that higher temperature, lower temperature जाने वाला वो that second. Basically, it is nothing but movement of air from one place to another is known as a wind. अगर wind air move नहीं होता है तो wind नहीं है. So here it may be hurricanes which gain force and all sorts of things will happen. Some regions might actually become drier than because more and more wind आता है. अगर आप कपड़े डालता है तो ज़्यादा wind जाने से वो जल्दी सूखता है कि लेट होकर सूखता है? Because dry होता है. Next slide. Effect on the sea, because two things we should remember, not only on the terrestrial condition but also in the aquatic condition में, change will temperature, जैसे 100 centimeter पानी आएगा, submerge हो जाएगा, country like Netherlands will not be there, Bangladesh will not be there, entire Maldives will not be there. That's what I told you. It invades. One more thing is, when दरिया में पानी raise होता है, तो what will happen to the, I should say, where the rivers are confluing with the ocean में क्या होता है? रिवर का अंदर खारा पानी आएगा. रिवर का अंदर खारा पानी आने से क्या होगा? रिवर में जो कोई एनिमल्स है, जो कोई प्लांट्स है, will they, can they survive? Because of the reduction in the salinity, reduction हो जाएगा. And as a result, fertile land of Ganga, what you call Ganga plateau का बारे में, very fertile land, अगर उसमें खारा पानी घुसा, because of rise in the temperature, rise in the ocean का पानी में अगर घुसा, तो do you think that Ganga region will be, Ganga delta will be as fertile as now? If Ganga delta is not fertile, one of the major production area is gone. Next slide. Glaciers का बारे में, we have already proved that glaciers are receding. पहले, for example, Gomukh. Let us talk about this thing what most of us know. Gomukh का बारे में. पहले गोमुख को जाने का पहले लॉट ऑफ आइस यू हैव टू क्रॉस. आजकल ऐसा नहीं है. गोमुख इज ड्राई, यू कैन वॉक लाइक दैट. हाई गोमुख बोल के उसको आके आप बोल सकते हैं, बिकॉज देयर इज नो आइस एट ऑल नियर द गोमुख. आई एम श्योर ऑल ऑफ यू नो, गंगा में विंटर से, मानसून से भी ज्यादा समर में पानी आता है. क्यों? बिकॉज ऑफ द मेल्टिंग ऑफ द आइस. अगर मेल्ट होने को आइस नहीं है तो मेल्ट क्या होगा? इफ मेल्ट होने का आइस नहीं है, इफ द पानी डजंट कम, मेरा गंगा कहाँ है? सो प्लीज रिमेंबर, एवरी प्रोसेस हैज ए कास्केडिंग इफेक्ट. इट इज नॉट सिंपल पानी गिरा हो गया, नहीं. उसका बाद में क्या होता है? दिस इज मेनी ग्लेशियर्स आर लोइंग अल्टीट्यूड्स आर देयर. ग्लेशियर्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ग्लेशियर श्रिंक्स, माउंटेन रीजन, समर वाटर फ्लोस इन ड्रॉप शार्पली, डिसरप्टिंग एन इंपॉर्टेंट सोर्स ऑफ वाटर. इरिगेशन के लिए हमारा प्रॉब्लम है. I am just giving Ganga as one example. Similarly with regard to Brahmaputra, similarly with regard to all rivers originating in Himalayas, and please remember, most of our rivers are originating in Himalayas only. Next slide. Coming to what is the fate of Arctic and Antarctic के बारे में. Number one, Canada, Alaska, Siberia, all these things are part of the Arctic. Please remember, mark my word, probably I may not be there. Within 30 years, mark my word, particularly young student, within 30 years, there will not be Arctic at all. Arctic नहीं रहेगा, Arctic में ice नहीं रहेगा. Mark my word, this is going to happen in the Alaska, Siberia and all sorts of things. Melting permafrost are forcing them so and so and so. Reduce sea level ice होता है, and all these things do happen. Next slide. Again, I was telling you, Arctic is behaving totally different from Antarctica. But हम बचपन में बोलते थे both things are pole. क्यों? Question is why they are behaving different. Answer is number one, उनका location कैसा है. I am sure all of you remember that Earth is not straight; it is tilted 23 degree. Tilt है कि नहीं? Whether you know it or not, students. Do you know Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees? Yes, no? इसमें कोई ब्रह्म विद्या ज़रूरत नहीं है, हमें प्रोबेबली 6th और 7th स्टैंडर्ड में टीचर ने बोला है. जस्ट इमेजिन अगर टिल्ट नहीं रहना से क्या होता था. डू यू थिंक द टिल्ट इज गुड फॉर अर्थ और इट्स बैड फॉर अर्थ? हाउ डू यू से? समवन सेड आई हर्ड द वर्ड गुड. थैंक गॉड मेरा कान जरा सूक्ष्म है. समवन टोल्ड गुड है, व्हाई इट इज गुड? नाउ नोबडी से दैट मैंने बोल, कोई भी मानेगा नहीं कि उसने बोला बोल के, बिकॉज द क्वेश्चन इज देयर व्हाई इट इज गुड. आंसर इज सिंपल. प्लीज रिमेंबर, इफ अर्थ वाज टू बी लाइक दिस विदाउट टिल्टिंग, it will rotate in axis. Sun is there. Do you think that sun will move from, please remember, sun will move in inverted commas, sun doesn't move. Because of the tilt in the earth, we feel sun is moving from zone of Capricorn to zone of Cancer. कर्क व्रत से मकर व्रत तक जाता है बोल के हम सोचते हैं. sun doesn't move. अगर सीधा रहने से, let us say sun was to be in equator, by this time equator would have burnt off and poles would have been further colder than what is there. There would not have been season, there would not have been life at all. आज लाइफ क्यों है? बिकॉज ऑफ द टिल्ट. सन इज मूविंग फ्रॉम जोन ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न टू जोन ऑफ कैंसर, और नीचे आता है, ऊपर जाता है 23 डिग्री प्लस, 23 डिग्री आई मीन साउथ, 23 डिग्री नॉर्थ. वेर एवर सन इज देयर, उधर समर इज देयर. व्हेन समर इज देयर इन द नॉर्थ में, यू आर हैविंग विंटर इन द साउथ में, एंड उल्टा होता है. प्लीज रिमेंबर, बिकॉज ऑफ द टिल्ट ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग. Though we say this is the I should say geographic north, this is geographic south, and there is something called magnetic south and magnetic north बोल के है, which is 23 degree away, and you are having this the geographic things are there, this the magnetic things are there, we get things are there. Again question is, इससे फायदा क्या है? Number one, let us imagine sun is here. Now you tell me whether North Pole is Arctic is near to sun or Antarctic is near to sun. Any idea? If this is the sun, whether Arctic is near to sun or Antarctic is near to sun? Yes sir. Boy with the black shirt. उसने बोला क्या मैडम बताइए? Very good. You are right. Perfectly right. And please remember, though I am showing this picture only this one, इतना बड़ा नहीं है अर्थ, इतना छोटा नहीं है. It's too big. When you say this is earth, as a result, now you tell me whether the Arctic will melt faster or Antarctic will melt faster. Quite natural. नज़दीक है, सूरज का नज़दीक है. Number two, Arctic में there are countries are there, Norway, Denmark, Finland, all these countries are there. उधर लोग रहते हैं, कुकिंग होता है, ट्रांसपोर्ट है, ऑल दिस थिंग्स. वेदर दिस विल आर ऑन द कॉन्ट्री, इफ यू थिंक ऑफ अंटार्कटिक में, देयर आर नो कंट्रीज, नो हाउसेस, नो बिल्डिंग्स, नो ट्रांसपोर्ट, नथिंग. नाउ यू टेल मी वेदर आर्कटिक मेल्ट्स फास्टर और अंटार्कटिक मेल्ट फास्टर. Number three, very interesting point. I am sure you must have tried. You must have seen whenever we pack the fish हम एक जगह से और एक जगह ट्रांसफर करने का पहले हम क्या करते हैं, उसको आइस डालते हैं. आइस मेल्ट होता है बोल के उसका ऊपर हम नमक स्प्रिंकल करते हैं. वाई वी स्प्रिंकल सॉल्ट ऑन द आइस? केमिस्ट्री, सॉरी केमिस्ट्री. मैंने बीएससी में केमिस्ट्री को बाय बाय बोला था, बट तभी तो पता है, वो जमाने में हमें बताया कि देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एंडोथर्मल रिएक्शन. मतलब दिस सॉल्ट अगर आइस डालता है तो बायोलॉजिकल एक्टिविटी नहीं बोलते होता है बोल के हम आइस डालते हैं. आइस मेल्ट नहीं होना बोल के हम नमक छिड़कते हैं उसके ऊपर. अगेन क्वेश्चन इज लर्न एवरीथिंग. क्वेश्चन, डोंट ट्रस्ट टीचर्स. टीचर बोलेगा आइस डालो मच्छी नहीं सड़ेगा, नहीं क्यों सड़ता नहीं वो बोलो मेरे को. आइस मेल्ट हो तो मच्छी उसका आप नमक क्यों छिड़कता है वो बोलो मेरे को. डोंट टेल मी इफ यू पुट आइस एंड नमक सड़ता नहीं. मुझे रूल नहीं चाहिए, मुझे रीजन चाहिए. एंड व्हाट सॉल्ट इज डूइंग इज दैट इट विल absorb the temperature environment and holds with the ice. As a result, ice does not melt. This is known as endothermal reaction. It doesn't release the energy. On the contrary, it absorbs the energy from the energy and keeps it with it. That's why it is known as endothermal reaction. Next slide. As I was discussing about that, number 1, Arctic is nearer to sun. Number 3, this time I am going to tell you one more very important thing. This is the human habitation is there, land connectivity is there, industrial usage of vehicle is there, usage of fossil fuel, and very important is that industrialization. ये सब होने का टाइम में टेम्परेचर बढ़ेगा कि घटेगा? टेम्परेचर बढ़ेगा घटेगा? Nothing is there in the Antarctic, so उधर टेम्परेचर घटेगा कि बढ़ेगा? कुछ नहीं, no changes at all. And please remember, Arctic is a smaller area compared to Antarctica. Antarctica is a huge area. Next slide. As I told you, tilt is about 23.4392181 degree. Earth tilt, okay. That's the reason why we are having this kind of season and all. Next slide. Very interesting thing. One more difference between the Arctic and Antarctic. Arctic is nothing but an Arctic ocean surrounded by the land. And this land is exposed open. As a result, इसका गर्म होने का chances are very much more compared to other. I am talking about geographical condition कैसा है. ये आइस का गोले का बीच में अगर आप पानी एक खोद के उसमें पानी डालने से whether the ice will melt faster or next slide. ये छोड़ो, next slide I'll tell you. Yeah, Antarctica situation is this one. This is a land surrounded by the water. And what kind of water it is? It's a marine water. Salt water, okay, salt water बोलो, but marine water. And जैसा हम मच्छी को आइस डालने का बाद में नमक डालते हैं so that ice should not melt, either naturally the around surrounding is not allowing this ice to melt. Whereas if you think of other Arctic का बताया मैंने, बीच में पानी है, surrounding the ocean and surrounding the land है, and this land is exposed bar which can rise the temperature. I think you got my point here, very important point here. Next slide. Antarctica is the 7th continent on the earth, known to be the coldest, windiest and the most inaccessible. Now I am coming to the Antarctica का बारे में. Again, I use superlatives here. अंग्रेजी में superlative बोलने से nothing can be colder than the coldest, nothing can be windier than the windiest, nothing can be inaccessible than anything else. Please remember, मैंने ऐसा ही impress करने के लिए ये word नहीं डाला है. Why I call it coldest? Because remember, the sun is here, Antarctica is here. As a result, Antarctica is the coldest one. Would you agree? Yes, no. And similarly, if you think of temperature, there is a place called Vostok in Antarctica में, which is located in the magnetic south, which is the farthest point from the sun. That is the coldest point on the earth. Temperature कितना है? Minus 85.2 degrees centigrade recorded temperature there. That's why I call Antarctica the coldest one. There is no place colder than Antarctica, particular Vostok station. Why I call it as the windiest then? I told you what is wind. Movement of air from one place to another is a wind. आपने देखा होगा तूफान आता है कभी कभी. फॉर लास्ट 2 महीना पहले पारादीप में और ओडिशा कोस्ट में तूफान आया. They said there will be landfall होने का बाद में तूफान ठंड होता है. Hope you remember what has happened a couple of months ago. क्यों होता है? On the ocean, it goes on picking up the speed, it goes on collecting the water droplet, ultimately to landfall होने का टाइम में कम होता है. क्यों होता है? Because whatever the speed is there, it is hitting some ground, hitting some building, hitting the nature. That's why it's come. Speed कम होता है. But Antarctica में there are no trees, there are no buildings, there are no mountains of worth mentioning. ऐसा रहने के टाइम में अगर एक wind आया, do you think that wind can it can strike somewhere? There is no place to strike. As a result, it goes on and on and on. That's why we call windiest. Again, don't trust me. This is, I think, for the first time someone is telling don't trust बोल के खुद बोल रहा है. Trust the facts. The wind speed reported in Antarctica is about 360 km per hour, whereas 2 महीना पहले जो ओडिशा कोस्ट में आया था तूफान, उसका speed was about 180 km per hour. Here it is 360 km per hour. So you can imagine Even छत है ना, छत उड़ जाएगा. That is the speed what the earth is there. That's why I call it the windiest and most inaccessible. If you want to go to North Pole, tomorrow morning you can get up from here, go to Norway, land say you can go to the North Pole को touch करो, hi बोल के आओ. Because there is a connectivity. If you want to go to Antarctica, minimum of, I underline, minimum of 500 nautical miles you have to travel in the ocean from the tip of Chile till Antarctica का बारे में. As a result, it is not easily accessible. That's why we call it as most inaccessible of. Next slide. I'm happy to tell you that whatever the pictures you are seeing on the background, they are my personal collection. I have photographed them. So all the things, so whatever the photographs are there, all my personal things are there. And it is again, it's a beautiful, mysterious, sensuous, exquisite, precious part of our globe. Every word का मतलब निकालिए. That is it. What is the meaning of beautiful? Sundar, ati sundar. That's Antarctica. What is the meaning of mysterious? Which we don't know. Most हमें पता नहीं क्या हुआ, कैसा होता है, पता नहीं है. Mysterious things, sir. Antarctica is a mysterious continent. Again, question is why? I am sure all of you know what is a pyramid का बारे में आप जानते हैं. कब pyramid हो गया? When was pyramid was constructed? Say about 4000 BC. Say about 6000 साल का हो गया. I am sure all of you know Indus Valley civilization. Okay, 8000 साल पहले. We know Ramayana, we know Mahabharat. कितना साल हो गया? हज़ारों साल. 6000, 8000 years हो गया. We know Harappa, Mohenjo-daro. We know Egyptian civilization, Roman civilization. हज़ारों साल हो गया. But if you think of Antarctica, first time Antarctica was seen by a person in 1820. 1820 का पहले किसी ने अंटार्कटिका नहीं देखा था. The question of history of Antarctica is hardly 205 years as of now. Now you tell me. आपको हरप्पा, मोहेंजोदारो, Egyptian civilization, Roman civilization, हजारों साल का, you know everything there. But इधर continent आपने देखा, touch नहीं किया. I am telling human beings saw it only 1820. So it is a very mystery. हमें पता नहीं कैसा होता है बोल के. And Antarctica में weather changes so fast. Please remember the word I am using. I am using the word weather. I am not using the word climate. There is a lot of difference between climate and weather. Long-term weather change is known as climate change. Definition for students. And exquisite precious part belonging to our globe, very important point, belonging to humankind. Why does I say so? Please remember, if you want to go to, let us say, neighboring country, Sri Lanka जाना है तो आपको passport चाहिए, visa चाहिए, पैसा चाहिए, currency चाहिए. क्यों you want visa? Because you are going to other country. But to go to Antarctica, you don't need a visa. क्यों? Because it doesn't belong to any country. किसका visa लेगा आप? So please remember, this Antarctica belongs to humankind, including Indians. We Indians, हमें भी वो belong करता है. हमारा Antarctica है. क्यों? Since it belongs to किसी country को belong नहीं करता है, as a result, you don't need a passport, you don't need a visa, कुछ नहीं था, सीधा आप जा सकते हैं, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं आपको. But आप उधर जा नहीं सकते हैं. क्यों नहीं जा सकते हैं? Because number one, रहने को जगह नहीं है, खाने को कुछ मिलता नहीं है, होटल नहीं है, रेस्टोरेंट नहीं है, and ladies will be very unhappy because shopping नहीं कर सकते उधर. When you do, if you don't want, if I say, madam, please come, you will go there, and but there is no shopping. नहीं मैं नहीं आऊँगा बोलेंगे. So here, as a result, it's very important. Like Antarctica belongs to America, it belongs to Indians also. That is the beauty of Antarctica. Next slide. I was telling you that it was sighted in 1820. उसका पहले अंटार्कटिका किसी ने नहीं देखा था. But interestingly, I have not brought a slide here. In सोमनाथ में, I think गुजरात का एक कोस्ट में उन्होंने एक स्तंभ डाला है, which is indicating arrow है, उसका ऊपर arrow है. It's around I think 14th century में कुछ किया था, वो एक arrow है. बाण स्तंभ बोलते हैं उसको, बाण स्तंभ बोल के आपने सुना होगा कहीं नहीं. गुजरात में कोस्ट, it's indicating that on नीचे लिखा है ये एरो रहने का, इसमें यहाँ से और अंटार्कटिका बीच में कुछ नहीं है बोल के लिखा था, लिखा है. आई डोंट नो हाउ दे रोट इट. इंडियन टैलेंट है ना. कभी कभी तुम्हें ताजुब लगता है, हाउ दे नो दैट अंटार्कटिका वॉज देयर बोल के. आई थिंक आई डोंट रिमेंबर एग्जैक्टली, उधर बाण स्तंभ बोल के नियर सोमनाथ का पास होगा, सोमनाथ का पास में ऐसा एरो दिखा है. एंड टुडे वी नो एंटायर लाइन में एक भी आइलैंड भी नहीं है, आइलेट भी नहीं है. दैट्स द ब्यूटी ऑफ इट. एंड बट टेक्निकली स्पीकिंग दिस इज 1820 and Antarctica is not a small country. Why people are fighting for Antarctica? Because it's a land of about 14 million square kilometer. Roughly बोलना है तो हिंदुस्तान का 6 टाइम लार्ज है. Indian 6 times larger than India. About 1.5 times larger than North American continent से भी 1.5 गुना ज़्यादा है. But people were not even aware ऐसा है बोल के 1820 में. One more interesting point is it's ever changing but never changing. It's a sleeping giant. Again, one more thing, just gentle reminder, backside का photograph मेरा personal photograph है. This is a cave है, Antarctica cave है हमारा स्टेशन का बाजू में. Next slide. This is the person who saw the Antarctica for the first time. उसको compare करने से मैं better हूँ. I can pull my collar because I went to Antarctica, he did not go to Antarctica. दूर से देखा और Antarctica बोल के बोला वापस आया. So इसको compare करने से I am better. बट वी शुड रिमेंबर उसने कब डिस्कवर किया था, 1820 में. तभी मैं छोड़ा, मेरा 3 पीढ़ी पहले भी पैदा नहीं होता, वह बात अलग है. दिस इज द पर्सन हु साइटेड अंटार्कटिका. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. अगेन आई वाज टेलिंग इन द मॉर्निंग व्हाई अंटार्कटिका इंपॉर्टेंट इज 90% ऑफ द आइस, फ्रेश वाटर आइस, एंड 75% वर्ल्ड्स फ्रेश वाटर रिजर्व्स आर देयर. पानी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. पीपल आर टोल्ड दैट इन 21st सेंचुरी अगर कंट्री का बीच में झगड़ा है तो पानी के लिए होगा बोल. I must mention about my home state Karnataka, which is having a fighting with Maharashtra for pani, Kerala for pani, Tamil Nadu से कावेरी वाटर का पानी, गोवा से मादय वाटर का पानी, सब का पार्ट झगड़ा है पानी का. ओनली थिंग इज कर्नाटका इज नॉट फाइटिंग ओवर पानी ऑफ पंजाब का पानी के ऊपर इनका झगड़ा नहीं है क्योंकि इट नॉट कनेक्टेड टू देम. सो दिस इंडिकेट हाउ इम्पॉर्टेंट पानी इज दैट. अगेन कितना पानी है. Average thickness of Antarctic cover is about 1.6 kilometer average thickness. कभी कभी 3.5 kilometer thickness है. And please remember, all this pani is fresh water. निकालो directly you can consume it. Next slide. Antarctic melts होने से, which is going to happen, may not be in our lifetime, but it's going to happen. 50 meter will rise, as I told you, 150 feet. Marine Drive में रह के देखो 150 meter कितना तक पहुँचेगा. That's what is going to happen. Wind speed is the lowest is 6.2 degree. Vostok station में 360 kilometers the speed of the wind. I told you the reason why it is so. Next slide. And this indicate as a messenger of the sentinel, एक है कि environment हमें पहले चेतावनी देता है. Whether you understand, whether you learn or not, it's left to you. वो तो आपको एक caution देता है. Similarly, here you can find slowly but steadily Antarctica ka ice pieces are breaking and they are moving toward the equator. Again, question is why they are moving towards equator. Remember, hot water, garam pani, I said, warm water is in the tropical, polar water cold hai. ऐसा sea current आता है. As a result, these fellows are moving. They move about 3 kilometers in a year. Please remember, though it looks to be a small one, this is not ऐसा रहता है वो. Base is very broad here. Physics law says that what some many times we say tip of the iceberg. Students, do you know what is the exact meaning of tip of the iceberg? Simple thing. एक आइस का ब्लॉक ले लो, आपका घर में फ्रिज होगा, उसमें आइस का टुकड़ा होगा. एक ग्लास में जाके उस आइस का टुकड़ा डालो, you'll see 9/10 of the things are below the water level. Only 1/10 is visible above the water level. That's why we call it as the tip of the iceberg. And let us imagine ये कितना हाइट होगा. ब्लैक शर्ट फेलो, अंदाजा में कितना हाइट होगा. ब्लैक शर्ट फेलो आपको बोल रहा हूँ, ये इसका हाइट कितना होगा अंदाजा, कुछ भी बोलो. फ्रॉम वाटर लेवल तो इधर तक कितना होगा. एक्चुअली इट्स अबाउट 35 मीटर्स. ठीक है, 10 ही पकड़ो, मान लिया. लेट अस गो बाय हिम, वट एवर, दो इट इज नॉट ट्रू. इफ इट इज 10 मीटर, नीचे कितना रहना चाहिए. मल्टीप्लाई बाय 9, 90 मीटर नीचे रहना चाहिए. That's why we say ice of the tip of the iceberg. And this cannot be a columnar structure. With columnar structure में सब डुलेगा बिलेगा, stability नहीं ना. सो स्टेबिलिटी रहने तो इसको ऐसा आना चाहिए. So now you tell me, इसमें कितना फ्रेश वाटर पानी होगा. So this is the sentinels, they are telling that we are breaking. Saudhan. Next slide. I got one more ice block like this. Same method. I went to the captain and told, sir, can you tell me the size of this ice block? उनका पास कुछ equipment है, वो ऐसा वैसा किया, and he told this particular ice block is about 3.5 kilometer long. 3.5 kilometer long, and height is about 40 meters and breadth is about 1.5 kilometers. Please don't forget, this is not only this much, this is either 9 times है उसका, बहुत बड़ा है. The captain did not stop there. He told, Dr. Pai, अगर ये ice block melt करते हैं, तो this can give fresh water to Amchi, Mumbai for next 6 months. Just imagine, one ice block is capable of giving Amchi, Mumbai population of 1.2 crore population के लिए 6 महीना पानी दे सकता है, तो कितना पानी रहना चाहिए? एक ice block, if this is the situation, what about 14 square kilometer रहना चाहिए, कितना ice होगा उधर? And please keep in mind, Amchi, Mumbai में we waste 15 lakh gallons of water just to wash the vehicle. गाड़ी धोने के लिए, none of us are washing our vehicle with the salt water. We wash with the fresh water only. We are wasting 15 lakh gallons of water in single Amchi, Mumbai to wash the vehicle. Despite that, this fellow, one block can take care of Mumbai for next 6 months. Imagine कितना पानी बचा है. Next slide. This is one of the nearest picture I took. Again, this is my picture only. You don't get it in Google में. And quite natural. These shippies were very much scared to go near the ice block because उन्होंने भी वो movie देखा था, Titanic देखा था वो जमाने में, वो time में. They are scared because they have seen the Titanic movie. Sir, we don't want to risk, sir. नीचे कितना बड़ा है पता नहीं लगता है. Then I realized film का असर शिप्पी के ऊपर भी गया है. This is what is happening. This is one of the things. And next slide. And generally very interesting to know about Antarctica के बारे में. Generally बचपन में मैं भी I was also under impression that 6 महीना उजाला 6 महीना dark होता है बोल के I was thinking that's what my दिमाग में था. Must be some of you must be studying that, I mean thinking that 6 महीना अंधेरा 6 महीना उजाला रहता है Antarctica में. It is not like that. Actually day opens up. For example इधर अब 6:30 बजे night होता है बोल के सोचिए. It goes when you go down 7 बजे 8 बजे 9 बजे 10 बजे. Ultimately when you reach Antarctica during summer, it is 24 hours day. It is unimaginable, unexplainable situation. सोचो कि रात डिनर का बाद में we go to the field work. Because इससे भी ज़्यादा उजाला है. Now it's a dark है. इसलिए दोपहर में कितना उजाला रहता है इतना उजाला है समर में. So what we used to do after dinner, रात का खाना खा के चलो भाई फील्ड वर्क को जाएंगे. कोई अंदर नहीं, जाके काम करो अपना करके आ जाओ. एंड कब सोने का? अबे रात 10 बजे हो गया, सोना चाहिए. कर्टन बंद करो खिड़की का, आंख बंद करो, अंधेरा हो गया. Moment you open your eyes, again day. But one should also remember, during winter exactly opposite thing happened. From 24-hour day, 23 ऐसा कट ultimately on the let us say June 21st, it's not a mid-winter day, 24-hour अंधेरा. Absolutely no sun. And during sun moves from like this, it will not come from north, I mean east to west नहीं जाता है, north round चक्कर लगाता रहता है. That is a beautiful thing. Next slide. This is the picture I took around 2 o'clock in the early morning. This is the early sunrise in Antarctic जाने का time. Next slide. If you go there, you are having the penguins are there to welcome you. Please remember for zoology student, there are 12 species of penguins are there. Emperor penguin, king penguin, chinstreak penguin, Adelie penguin. This is Adelie penguin. Next slide. Hardly 1.5 foot young. Seal fishes are there. Seal machli is there to welcome you. During summer only you get this pleasure. During winter में कुछ नहीं दिखता, अंधेरा है. Next. Even to walk from one building to another, you will be tying a rope. तुम rope पकड़ के जाएगा, नहीं तो आप you don't know हवा में उड़ जाने से कहाँ गया बोल के पता नहीं रहेगा. Next slide. Coming to our main point of discussion, what is the impact of climate change or say global warming on the Antarctica का बारे में? Number one, Antarctic shelf is collapsing. Shelf is the one which is height है, which is touching the what we say dock बोलता है ना, अंग्रेजी में dock बोलते हैं ना, ऐसा ही shelf है. This is collapsing because ये क्या होता है, melt होने से ये becomes unstable, वो गिरेगा. Next slide. This is the picture. This is not my picture because this happens once in a way. जब मैं था तभी ये नहीं हुआ था. So not my picture. Let me confess, the picture मेरा है, मेरा नहीं है, मेरा नहीं है. This is what happens in the confess, practically collapses. Next slide. And one more very dangerous thing is shelf cracking. Actually क्या होता है, if the ice is single block, वो movement बड़ा दिक्कत से होता है, आराम से नहीं होता है. On the contrary, if there is a crack, दो piece हो गया, this is free to move wherever you want, this is free to move anywhere. So as a result, cracking is an indication of rise in the temperature. This is the first signal what you get. Next slide. This is the, you can say, just imagine it was together earlier time. Do you think that it was easy for it to move independently, or now it is free for independent? Now it's more independent. So this moves this side, this moves this side, anywhere it can move, indicating the rise in temperature. Next slide. Rapid melting, I told you, ice melt होता है, and please remember, एक बार melt हुआ तो जमना है तो during winter में जम सकता है, but this is how it going to, and this will add to the southern ocean में. Next slide. This is one more phenomena. जो ice thickness है about 2 meter thickness रहता है, but as the rise temperature होता है वो thin होके ultimately एक glass sheet like thing, practically glass sheet, maybe 5 millimeter thickness रहता है. And these are very very delicate things. This is the last stage of melting. ओए होने का बाद में melt होता है. Next slide. In conclusion, what I am telling, global warming threatens the world's largest ice cube. उसमें कोई doubt नहीं है, कोई शंका नहीं है, कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. Ice melting is definite. And इससे फर्क किसको होता है? For geological thing, for geographical thing, even for biological material, it becomes a very delicate thing. Next slide. These are the pictures of emperor penguin, what I showed you earlier time. If you permit me for 2 minutes to speak on emperor penguin, or say penguin for that matter. Number one, they lay only one egg in a year. As a result, like our vultures on the mainland, उनका लुप्त होने का संभावना ज़्यादा था, provided they were in mainland. Since they are not in the mainland, वो safe है. Number two, very important point for men as well as women, these fellows are monogamous, ekapatni vratastha. Every penguin is ekapatni vratastha. Oh, they will pair together, and she lays egg and gives to this fellow. Now तुम्हारा देखभाल करो बोल के, she will give the egg to this fellow, and he will be keeping the egg on his foot. That's why you must have seen in the movies, penguin कैसा ऐसा भागता है क्या मूवी? नहीं भागता, वो ऐसा करके जागता है, क्योंकि habituated to keep the egg on its foot and it cannot run. By chance, if it moves fast and if the egg touches the ground, it will freeze there. You don't get the pilla. चिक आपको नहीं मिलेगा. And ये 4 महीना during deep winter में वो इसका ऊपर बैठता है, उसको गर्माहट देता है, what incubation देता है, and when they hatch, by that time this lady has already gone to the sea गया है खाना खाने, because after delivering that egg she has become उसका एनर्जी कम हो गया खाने के लिए. she goes to the ocean, उधर मच्छी गिच्छी खा के आता है, इधर आके देखने का टाइम में थोड़ा समर शुरू होता है, this pilla chick has turned into pilla हो गया, and she will be looking like this, मेरा husband कहाँ है बोल के. And interestingly, out of let us say 1 lakh penguin, this lady can identify her husband and she will go to him and उसका पास पूछता है मेरा पिल्ला कहाँ है. Then this fellow will show this is your pilla. अभी क्या होता है, this fellow is so much hungry, 3 महीने से कुछ खाया नहीं है, पिल्ले को incubation करके बड़ा किया है, this fellow is hungry, he goes to the ocean, then this lady will जो दरिया से जो लाके लाया था आपका मुंह में, that she will transfer it to the pilla. This is the thing. इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ, अगर कोई generally ladies are having habit, मैंने तुम्हें 9 महीना पेट में रखा है तो तुमने क्या किया बोल के. इसके example is that not every time it's a maternal care, here is the paternal care. This is the beauty of Antarctica का इसके बारे में. Here, penguins are in distress because of the climate change. Next slide. This is the one रूरकी बोलते हैं इसको, रूरकी बोलते हैं. Actually, it's a group of penguins, जैसा flock बोलते हैं ऐसा इसका, where they are reproducing. These are emperor penguins are there. They are taller than me. They are taller than me. Adult penguins are hardly 1.5 feet. So innocent organism. जैसा हम देख उनका हाँ बोल के देखता है, ऐसा वो हमें देख हाँ बोल के देखता है बैठ के. Problem is that हम नजदीक जाने से भी they don't know we have to run away बोल के उनको पता नहीं, क्योंकि they don't know we are very dangerous fellows. हम उसको जाके ऐसा पकड़ो, ये फोटो निकाला रे मेरे एक पेंगुइन के साथ में, वो सब होता है. But they will be looking us like we look at them. उनको भी surprise, हमें भी surprise. Next slide. Adult penguins are distressed because of they are having even a small change of temperature will result in their metabolic activity, their behavior, their everything, that they are in a very, very sensitive organism. Next slide. Question is, last point, mitigation कैसा है? हम क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या करना चाहिए? Number 1, do you think that Antarctica will help us ever? Answer is yes, but not forever. जब तक उनका कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है तब तक दे कैन टेक केयर ऑफ द मदर अर्थ. एक बार अंटार्कटिका का कैरिंग कैपेसिटी गया तो नो सोल और नो पावर ऑन दिस अर्थ कैन सेव आवर, नो पावर ऑन द अर्थ कैन सेव अवर. As I told, its carrying capacity is lost. No one can help us. That's how things happen. Next slide. Who has to take care? Don't दूसरों को उंगलियां मत दिखाओ, खुद को उंगलियां दो. We the people of the world. It is not me or you or Indian or Pakistani or American. नहीं, सब लोग मिलके अंटार्कटिका को बचाना है. How to save? How to save? Next slide. How to take care? I told you problem बताया, solution बताया. अभी how to do that? So solution कैसा करने का? Number 1, go for green energy. Actually you cannot change the जो होने वाला thing को, you cannot change it. We can delay it. We can delay it. Go for green energy sources so that earth temperature will not rise. Go for renewable energy, non-conventional energy. As a result, what is known as green energy के बारे में. Use less energy. जहाँ नहीं चाहिए वहाँ light on मत कीजिए, जहाँ AC नहीं चाहिए मत कीजिए. All these things. And have energy efficient green building. Someone was telling paisa, then we will have a green paint lana, building ko green karna. No, that is not the green build. See that natural light comes inside, natural wind comes inside, so that you don't need air conditioner, you don't need a light, all these things. What we say, we Indians, we are following this since immemorial times. What we call, हमने एक नया नाम दिया वास्तु बोल के. According to me, Vastu is nothing but making use of the natural light, wind and all the things for our benefit. That is a Vastu. I don't link it with any kind of religion, कुछ नहीं है. Convenience है. That's what you do. Public transport. I showed the picture of that vehicle का दिखाया. Public transport, develop energy efficient vehicles. That's what government of India is concentrating now. We are talking about the green vehicles के बारे में. Develop vehicles using green energy. We have succeeded in developing trains running on batteries. This is the things are there. Next line. Develop energy efficient machines, increase the green cover, grow fast growing trees, because we don't have time. We don't have time. Fast growing trees are required. Reduce, reuse, recycle, save great carbon sink of the world, like reducing the global warming. Because of course carbon dioxide when it releases the ocean will absorb, but कब तक? उनको भी एक लिमिटेशन है. Beyond that they cannot, वो भी वापस देने लगा. As a result, when the carbon dioxide increases there, oxygen कम होगा. Oxygen कम होने से no life can originate, live in the ocean में. Next slide. Thank you. Have a nice day. Okay. Session is open for discussion. If at all you have some questions, I'll be more than happy to answer you on only one condition. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. Thank you.
It was very interesting, sir.
Sorry,
Namaste sir, my name is Mayur Kohli and my question is, What are the most significant knowledge gaps in understanding the impact of global warming and climate change on vector-borne diseases? And sir, दूसरा भी है, how can they be addressed through research and surveillance?
I think I answered both questions in my presentation. Number one, I have clearly told how the nature is behaving because of climate change or say global temperature rise का बारे में, global warming का बारे में मैंने बोला है. And please remember, nature does it immediately नहीं करेगा. धीरे 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 करके आपको बहुत टाइम देगा. सीखो तुम, जान लो, देन सुधर लो. नहीं सीखेगा तो मेरा कुछ नहीं. नेचर विल गो ऑन, उसका पाथ लेके जाएगा. That's the reason why we are finding all these problems. I told you the effect of the global temperature का बारे में मैंने बोला, spreading of the diseases, shift of the animal और plant का high altitude में जाने का. All these things I have told, these are the impact of the climate change or say global warming का बारे में. Mitigation का बारे में I told you last 7-8 slides tells you how we can mitigate it. Please remember, we cannot avoid, underline the word, we cannot avoid, we can delay it. As they say in a type of philosophical, you can't avoid the death, but you can delay it. ऐसा ही ये भी है, you can delay it, you can't avoid it. Hope I answered your question.
Sir, my question is particularly based on the vector-borne diseases.
Vector-borne diseases? See, what happens as far as the vector-borne diseases are concerned. For example, when we talk about the KFD, I'm giving one example, KFD, because science fellows always goes with the example. KFD, Kasnur forest disease. For a kind information, Kasnur is near a village near Shimuga in Karnataka district. That's why the word Kasnur has come. Again, why we call it KFC as KFC, Kasnur forest disease, KFD as KFD? Because since first report was from Kasnur. Kasnur is a place, I told you. That's why we call it as Kasnur forest disease. Take it. If you see, because of rise in the temperature, what happens is bacteria and viruses particularly, they reproduce fast in a higher temperature. Now, because of the global rise in the temperature, what happens? These fellows will reproduce faster. When they are reproducing faster, definitely area is dry. उनका प्रसरण easy होता है, spreading becomes easy, and we are day by day we are becoming, I should say, immunologically weak human beings. Again, क्यों? परसों मेरा फ्रेंड बोलता था, भाई मुझे अभी विटामिन डी खाना पड़ा. मैं बोला क्या हुआ तेरे को? नहीं सर, सुबह मैं 8 बजे उठता हूँ, सीधा ऑफिस जाता हूँ, एसी रूम में बैठता हूँ, शाम 8 बजे 7 बजे मैं घर जाता हूँ. ही नेवर एक्सपोजेस हिमसेल्फ टू द, फुकट में आपको सोलर एनर्जी मिलता है, वहाँ हम एक्सपोज ही नहीं होते. उसके बदला वी डोंट माइंड इन पॉपिंग द टैबलेट, वो भी डॉक्टर बोलने का बाद में. सो इन द प्रोसेस चेंज ऑफ द लाइफ स्टाइल का बारे में. पहले ज़माने में क्या था? थिंक दैट योर ग्रेट ग्रैंड फादर और माई ग्रेट ग्रैंड फादर फॉर दैट मैटर, they used to have manual labor, they used to go to the field, they used to expose the things and all sorts of things. आजकल कहाँ होते हैं? And because of rise in the main temperature, rise in the temperature होते as you know, every 10 degrees centigrade rise, metabolic activity doubles. Metabolic activity क्या होता है? बचपन से, for example, first vegetative growth होता है किसी का, animal हो, plant होने तो कुछ भी. पहले vegetative growth होता है, बाद में they come for reproductive stage. Reproductive stage का होने का बाद में they will go to the, they have to say goodbye to the earth. So इधर क्या होता है? For example, if a human being comes to reproductive stage at the age of 7 and start reproducing, do you think that they can produce a healthy young one? Not possible. Whereas bacteria, they will increasing, multiply, because they are all prokaryotic cells and we are eukaryotic animals are there. That is the vector. Say, I gave you one example, Kasnur forest disease. This is happening for all microbes for that matter, without any exception. Thank you. Anyone else? Your session was very interesting. I don't know. I was trying to say anyone is sleeping there. Hardly. No, nobody slept. Hardly a couple of people are sleeping there. By the grace of God, my vision is good.
was very catchy, like everybody was listening.
Okay, any other question, please? You have a golden opportunity to ask any question regarding Arctic or Antarctica. You will be getting the answer from a person who had been to Antarctica. Not through Google का information नहीं है, Wikipedia मामा से पूछा नहीं है, Google बाबा से पूछा नहीं है.
You are not shown any of you picture in Antarctica.
You can see me, na, sir. No question? Thanks a lot. Have a nice day. Thanks a lot for giving this opportunity. Sir ji, thanks for giving opportunity. आपका कृपा से मैं इधर तक आकर पहुंचा इधर. Sir ji, namaste. मिल गया. It's a pleasure to come here. Silvassa, after all, क्या बोलूं? पुर्तगालियां का
Thank. So, vote of thanks. Vote of thanks. Vote of thanks. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Thank you, all respected dignitaries and students. We'll again connect for tomorrow's session at 9:30 a.m. in morning. Thank you all.